Chapter 3898. Crazy Growth. 2 hours later, all of them stopped at an ancient hill. Lin Ling gazed into the distance. It wasn't long before Qin Ting and the others returned, and they brought quite a few people with them. Qin Ting and the others were all experts in the strongest circle. They had been training outside for many years, so they naturally knew some experts. At this moment, they were pulling all these experts into the God-slaying alliance. These people were all gathered at the foot of the hill. Then, they looked at Lin Ling with puzzlement in their eyes. This was the leader of the God-Slayer alliance? Were they all going to listen to Lin Ling now? Clearly, they were somewhat resistant to this. After all, if Qin Ting and the others were the leaders, they would still be somewhat convinced. But Lin Ling? This was a new face. Not only had they never seen him in the strongest circle, they had never even heard of him. Lin Ling had also guessed what they were thinking. He did not say much, and directly used the jade token to purchase the treasures, and then scattered them all over the ground. Holy shit, 9 heavens bow? Divine astral sword, that's the divine astral sword. Everyone stared at the divine artifacts on the ground. Even their breathing stopped. Some of them even had greedy looks in their eyes. If it weren't for Qin Ting and the others, they would have snatched the treasures and run away. Seeing their appearance, Lin Ling immediately laughed disdainfully. Look at you guys. You're moved by this little bit of treasure? He's really someone who can't achieve great things. This sentence was a direct reprimand. However, no one dared to retort because they could see that Lin Ling's reprimand was not an act. It was truly a magnanimity that was not pleasing to his eyes. Moreover, even if it was an act, as long as they were given these god tools, so what if they were scolded a little? Let me tell you, if you follow me, you might be able to buy as much as 70% of the divine weapons. Lin Ling continued. Furthermore, you guys can buy divine and mystical treasures faster than others. How about it? Do you want to join us? Everyone roared. Unless they were idiots, there was no reason for them not to join. These deafening noises caused Lin Ling to smile faintly. The God-Slayer alliance had started to expand, and their numbers had reached over 100. To these people, Lin Ling did not intend to make them loyal and devoted. They only had a relationship of mutual benefit. And that was enough. Set off. Next, Lin Ling began to crazily harvest the golden fleece flower. This was because his goal was different from these people. His goal was the number 1 and number 2 treasures in the divine weapon category. In total, it was probably more than 1 million golden fleece flower. This was also the reason why Lin Ling needed to strengthen the God-Slayer alliance. Over here, 562. Over here, 733. 800. With the protection of a large number of experts, Lin Ling's digging speed became much faster. In fact, they were even brazenly digging. Sir, this is the God-Slayer Alliance's territory. We've reserved the entire place. Every time they went to a new place, the 100 experts of the God-Slayer Alliance would explode with powerful strength, intimidating the other alliances, and then dominate that place. Unknowingly, most of the treasures in the divine weapon category shops were bought by the God-Slayer Alliance. Goddamn it, who is so excessive to buy more than half of the divine weapons? The rest are all expensive items. How are we going to buy them? In the various alliances, there were countless complaints, but they did not know who had snatched those treasures. As time passed, the God-Slayer Alliance gradually became famous in the ancient dragon wasteland. It could be said that they were half a step into the 100 great alliances. 500,000 golden fleece flower. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was getting more and more excited as he looked at his harvest. Currently, he was also full of treasures. His attack, defense, and speed had all increased greatly. Next, he only needed to buy the first and second treasures in the divine weapon category. Then, he could enter the divine weapon category. As for the divine weapon category, Lin Ling was not interested. His goal was the divine weapon category, especially the fruit of fortune and the fruit of immortality. He was even going to buy treasures that could help him break through to the next realm. Of course, his greatest interest was still the first divine legacy. He had already planned to save up and buy a divine legacy. However, while Lin Ling was crazily plundering, Lin Ling also knew that the 10 overlords were also crazily plundering. Because they had more people, their speed of harvesting golden fleece flower was only slightly slower than Lin Ling's. Lin Ling also knew that as the God Slayer Alliance became more and more famous, it would not be long before the 100 alliances would be eyeing them like flies. Therefore, Lin Ling had to make use of this time to harvest more golden fleece flower and strengthen the God Slayer Alliance at the same time. Here at the Poison Lake, 1,200 stalks. There are 2,779 stalks in the salt pans. After the alliance became stronger, Lin Ling also began to march toward the middle area of the golden fleece flower. As for the ancient dragon wasteland, all kinds of news were floating out like a rolling snowball. This was because in this short month, various alliances had suddenly emerged. Among the 100 alliances, a few alliances had been replaced, and there were also new alliances that had emerged. Of course, among the new alliances, the most dazzling was the God Slayer Alliance. The growth of this alliance could be said to be like a virus. After its development, it was simply unstoppable. Currently, it had completely entered the eyes of the 100 alliances. However, what surprised them was that the God Slayer Alliance had a large number of members. It had already developed into a 1,000-member alliance. Moreover, there were also many leaders. There were more than 50 of them, and each of them was very powerful. Moreover, they did not kill steal, but they dominated the territory. This was very suspicious. God Slayer Alliance sounds familiar. I think I've heard of it in the 9 prefectures. That's right. It has indeed appeared in the 9 prefectures. However, I reckon that the God Slayer Alliance in the 9 prefectures is not the same as the God Slayer Alliance here. After all, the strongest members in the God Slayer Alliance in the 9 prefectures are only 4 or 5. They are completely incomparable to the God Slayer Alliance here. It seems like they have the same name. However, there are more than 50 leaders. TSK, they can be considered as the 100 alliances. According to the rumors, there is actually a leader behind the scenes in the God Slayer Alliance. However, no one knows who it is. This is because when there is trouble, it is always the 50 leaders who take action. Their strength is already outstanding among the half-step martial gods. I heard that there are also many martial gods among them. The hunter will shoot the bird that sticks out. It's time to attack the God Slayer Alliance. Our alliance will become even more powerful after devouring them. Voices rang out in the ancient dragon wasteland. The small alliances were afraid of the God Slayer Alliance, but the 100 alliances were eyeing the God Slayer Alliance covetously. Of course, the news had also spread to the 10 overlords. God Slayer Alliance? Could it be Lin Ling's alliance? Many people were puzzled about the Heaven Alliance formed by the Duan family and the new Heavenly Court. Chapter 3899. The Domineering God Slayer Alliance. How could a mere Lin Ling create such a huge alliance? It's just a matter of having the same name. Think about it. Young Demon Lord and the others have worked hard for so many years, but the God Slayer Alliance is still as weak as a dog. Therefore, a mere Lin Ling alone doesn't have such strength. In the Sky Alliance, Duan Wuhan said confidently. The crowd analyzed the situation and nodded in agreement. It was indeed impossible. Lin Ling was not even a half-step martial god. How could he gather so many people? They were obviously overthinking. Don't worry. This God Slayer Alliance will soon be swallowed up. Many people in the 100 alliances are eyeing them covetously. Duan Wuhan said again. The pitiful God Slayer Alliance. They've just made a name for themselves, but now they're just going to benefit others. Many people in the Sky Alliance agreed with this. They were not blindly confident in their guess. It was because the Heavenly Alliance was so powerful that they had occupied 60% of the barren trees on the land. That was how they had grown to their current state. On the other hand, the God Slayer Alliance only had 1,000 people. At most, they would be given 10 to 20,000 golden fleece flowers. Perhaps this was still too much. It was a pity that they didn't know that Lin Ling had already reached 1 million golden fleece flower, and he had exchanged them for the 2 most powerful treasures in the divine weapon category. With this exchange, the entire ancient dragon wasteland was shocked. Everyone was guessing who was so rich and overbearing. After all, even though the two treasures could kill martial gods, they were one-time use treasures. Since he had the golden fleece flower, why didn't he exchange them for more practical treasures? For example, a talent exchange or a treasure that could increase one's talent. No one could figure it out. Moreover, they began to imagine who had bought those treasures. However, most of them believed that only the 10 overlords had such wealth. However, no one expected it to be Lin Ling. We've returned to the time before liberation in one night. Moreover, the day of the opening of the ancient dragon wasteland is getting closer and closer. Once it opens, no one can guarantee how many people will enter. Will it be 500,000 or 1 million? After Lin Ling exchanged the treasures, he was overjoyed, but he also knew that time waits for no one, because he still had a lot of things to exchange for. Therefore, he was also racing against time, trying his best to seize the treasures. When the time came, he would be able to shock the world with a single brilliant feat. Lin Ling, over here. The giant ghost continued to point out directions. At the moment, Lin Ling was no longer interested in the small areas of the golden fleece flower. His ambition had already fallen to the middle area, or even the larger area. Moreover, during this period of time, the God Slayer Alliance had already reached a membership of 2,000. Most importantly, each of them had a god weapon with them. They were extremely awesome. They were absolutely confident that they could fight against the Great 100 Alliance. A long time later, under the giant ghost's guidance, the 2,000 experts appeared in a desert. There were also many small alliances in the desert. However, when they saw the god-slaying alliance, their expressions changed and they immediately retreated. Of course, there were a few alliances that didn't want to retreat. They were the Cannon God Alliance and the Lone Star Alliance. The leaders of these alliances were the real experts on the divine ladder. Their alliances were half a step into the 100 great alliances. However, when these alliances came face to face with the God-slaying alliance, the Cannon God Alliance and the other powerful alliances immediately retreated. This was because in their eyes, the God-slaying alliance was well-equipped, armed to the teeth, and full of energy. Each of them was an expert who could fight against 100 people. Are you going to scram or not? On a sand dune, an old man from the God-slaying alliance said coldly. It was the 9th God Eye. He had already stepped into the martial god realm and was awe-inspiring. Although I admit that you are very powerful, you want us to scram? Dream on. The experts from the Cannon God Alliance looked at each other and gritted their teeth. Although they had always been afraid of being devoured by powerful alliances, they didn't expect this day to come. Destroy them. The members of the God-slaying alliance all knew their leader's character. He didn't want to waste time. Therefore, once someone refused to comply, he would destroy them without a second word. He wouldn't even bother to devour them. When the word destroy came out, a terrifying aura surged out. A terrifying aura surged into the sky. Cannon God Alliance, Lone Star Alliance, and the other powerful alliances finally realized that each of them had a divine weapon. No, some of the tycoons had 2 or 3 god weapons, boots, armor, and broadswords. They were armed to the teeth. Looking at their leaders, they were all at the peak of the ancestor realm and had powerful armor. Even if all of them worked together, they wouldn't be able to harm a single strand of their hair. Being rich was just that awesome. We were a little impulsive just now. Can you let us leave? With such a huge gap, the Cannon God Alliance had no choice but to surrender. If they continued to fight, it would be a waste of effort. It's too late, because you have wasted our time. You should know that our leader is worth tens of thousands of golden fleece flowers. You can't afford it. Tian Ao said coldly. In the past, he wouldn't have been a match for them. But now, he was an expert ranked 300th on the God ranking. Without a doubt, the opening of the God store had caused a huge shuffle in the God ranking. Some weak ones soared to the sky, while some strong ones fell from heaven to hell and were surpassed by others. This was the specialty of the God store. Otherwise, there wouldn't be 500,000 or even 1 million experts trying to enter. Hearing the God Slayer Alliance's order to kill, the Canon God Alliance's members turned ashen. They had never expected that they wouldn't be given any face even though they had begged for mercy. Wait! However, at this moment, a faint voice suddenly drifted out from the God-Slayer Alliance's crowd. Although the voice was soft, it carried an unparalleled majesty that silenced the entire God-Slayer Alliance. No one dared to say a word. From this perspective, it also showed that the God-Slayer Alliance's discipline was strict. Then, the crowd parted, and a young man in an ordinary blue robe walked out slowly. He smiled at the Canon God Alliance's leader. "It's you!" The Canon God Alliance's leader was stunned. He immediately recognized the blue-robed young man because he had fought with that young man in the salt pan. "I didn't expect it to be you. Are you interested in joining the God-Slayer Alliance?" The person who had come was Lin Ling. He had also seen the Canon God Alliance's leader, so he wasted some time to talk to him. The latter's talent was extremely good. He could turn his hands into cannons. Obviously, he was also a fierce general. The God-Slayer Alliance lacked such experts. "Yes, of course. But they don't want us anymore." "Sigh, I regret it." The Canon God Alliance's leader sighed softly. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. He said anxiously, "Why don't you plead for mercy for me? Help me put in a few good words in front of these leaders." Obviously, although the Canon God Alliance was arrogant, it depended on who they were facing. In front of a colossus like the God-Slayer Alliance, their arrogance didn't exist. But now, they didn't want them anymore. "Okay, I agree. You guys can join the God-Slayer Alliance." Chapter 3900. Frantically gathering. "You agreed? We're joining?" The leader of the Canon Gods Alliance was dumbfounded. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people in front of him, he would have cursed the blue-robed youth. "Do you think the God-Slayer Alliance is yours? You're just a worker. Do you think it's enough just because you agreed? Don't get us killed." After all, he also saw that those powerful leaders didn't say anything. This blue-robed youth didn't even have a godly armor. What right did he have to speak? "But you don't believe me?" Lin Ling saw the leader's expression and smiled faintly. "Well, I'm grateful that you stood up for us. However, you'd better find someone who can speak." The leader of the Canon Gods Alliance immediately said with a smile. However, he almost shouted, "I don't believe you." However, Lin Ling was here to help. Therefore, he was still very polite on the surface. "Someone who can speak? I am. In the God-Slayer Alliance, no one will dare to say no to me." Lin Ling smiled and said again. His words shocked the leader. "Don't be too arrogant. Don't offend those leaders. I don't care if they get you killed, but don't get us killed." It was no wonder that he looked down on Lin Ling. Lin Ling wasn't even a martial god. In addition, he didn't have any treasures on him. Therefore, he naturally believed that those leaders with high cultivation levels and treasures would be the ones to speak. In the God-Slayer Alliance, no one will dare to walk on the right if I walk on the left. However, when the leader kept blinking to signal Lin Ling to stop talking nonsense, Lin Ling spoke again as if it had nothing to do with him. Plop. The leader sat on the ground powerlessly and almost cried. "It's over, it's over." It wasn't easy for him to meet someone he knew. He wanted to build a relationship with him, but he turned out to be a lunatic. No, he was a disaster. Don't you think so? However, at this moment, Lin Ling spoke again and looked at the 2,000 people behind him. "That's right, leader." Yes. Everyone smiled faintly, but their voices rang out in unison like thunder, shocking the desert and causing it to explode. Rumble. Endless sand rained down like thunder, causing everyone in the Canon Deity Alliance to tremble. "Leader, could it be that the pauper youth who didn't seem to have any divine weapons was the most mysterious leader of the God-Slayer Alliance?" Obviously, they had also heard the rumors. There were countless leaders in the God-Slayer Alliance. However, there was a truly mysterious leader who ruled over all of them. It was just that this leader was rarely seen. Of course, these were only rumors and not many people were sure. And now, the Canon Deity Alliance was certain. Everyone in the God-Slayer Alliance was shouting loudly. Even that martial god realm old monster who was covered in treasures was shouting loudly. If this wasn't real, then what was? "Will you?" At this moment, Lin Ling's laughter was heard once again. Yes, sir. How could the Canon Deity Alliance not agree? One by one, they knelt down on one knee. They were so excited that they almost couldn't take care of themselves. This was because they had also heard that the God-Slayer Alliance was also a rich alliance. Their leader was very generous to his subordinates and gave them divine weapons as if they didn't cost anything. However, not everyone could join the God-Slayer Alliance. Alright, Ting, accept them and tell them the rules. Then, give them some treasures. Lin Ling turned to look at Ting and the others. Well, sir, we have 3 alliances and we have 1,000 people. The Canon Deity Alliance leader said nervously. The leader of the Canon Gods Union said nervously. With so many people, he was afraid that Lin Ling would abandon them. Canon Deity, are you reliable? Lin Ling looked at them from the corner of his eyes and asked. Canon Deity? The Canon Deity Alliance leader was stunned. He immediately nodded and said, yes, definitely. The leaders of the other 2 alliances quickly nodded and said, although we aren't good people, we know the rules of the alliance. We can't do things like betrayal and betrayal. Great, that's great. Ting, buy equipment for everyone. Buy whatever you like. Lin Ling laughed loudly. His voice made the people of the 3 alliances tremble. Buy equipment for everyone? How many golden fleece flowers would he need? They had long heard that the God-Slayer Alliance was bold and unrestrained. Now that they had seen it for themselves, it was truly extraordinary. Greetings, sir. Everyone knelt down on one knee. This time, they were sincerely acknowledging Su Ke as their leader. Lin Ling nodded calmly. Currently, the God-Slayer Alliance had 3,000 people. It was time to do some big business. Your mission is to protect me and not let anyone disturb me. If anyone disturbs me, kill them without mercy. Lin Ling said again. Sir. Everyone nodded and felt their blood boil. Lin Ling then left to collect the golden fleece flowers in the area. He was very curious about how many golden fleece flowers there were in the middle of the area. Canon Deity, do you have anyone you can rely on? Pull them all over. Don't be afraid of money. Sir has already said that we will devour as many people as we can. However, they must be at least at the peak of the martial ancestor realm. Most importantly, they must be reliable. If they betray the God-Slayer Alliance, you will have to take responsibility. At this moment, Tian Ao walked over and said to the people of the 3 alliances. Of course. When we were wandering in the ancient dragon desolate land, we came into contact with some small alliances. Their strength is not bad, but there are not many of them. As for their character, we have crossed swords a few times. They should be trustworthy. We know them too. They are all reliable. After all, we do not want to be chased away by the God-Slayer Alliance. The people of the 3 alliances said hastily. Great. Pull them all over. Tian Ao nodded with a smile. They knew that the 100 Alliance had begun to target the God-Slayer Alliance. Therefore, the God-Slayer Alliance had to grow stronger. At this moment, Lin Ling and the giant ghost walked forward. Behind them was the golden white evil ghost. The golden white evil ghost was also covered in treasures. Moreover, most of them were defensive treasures. It could withstand the attack of a level 3 martial god. Moreover, the demonic dragon in the Dragon Ball was strong enough to fight against a half-step martial god with a divine weapon in his hand. This was only the beginning. Once Lin Ling opened the unique treasure shop, Lin Ling would make sure that all of them reached the half-step martial god realm. The more people there are, the more golden fleece flowers will be consumed. I have to collect more. Lin Ling finally came to a stop. The vines in his left hand dripped down to the ground like black water. Then he started to dig wildly. Although the expenses had increased, and the golden fleece flowers were used like running water, the harvest would definitely be greater. Tsk. We have just entered the ground and we have already found 1,000 golden fleece flowers. This is a land of great treasures. 2,211 golden fleece flowers to the east, 3,560 golden fleece flowers to the west. So few, only 800 golden fleece flowers to the west. The God-Slayer Alliance had occupied the area within 100 miles. This allowed Lin Ling to collect the golden fleece flowers without any scruples. Chapter 3901. Consecutive Breakthroughs. Scram. However, just as they approached within 100 miles, countless angry shouts sounded. "It's you, Cannon God?" Someone recognized the leader of the Cannon God Alliance. "Hee, I'm now a member of the God Slayer Alliance." Scram. The leader of the Cannon God Alliance laughed heartily. He knew that the alliance that had stumbled into this area was one of the strongest alliances under the Great 100 Alliance. They were half a step into the Great 100 Alliance. The number of people on the other side also reached 3,000, and they were called the Great Dynasty Alliance. "You want us to scram?" Therefore, the other party didn't seem to be afraid of the God Slayer Alliance. "Leader Tianao, someone is here." In the past, the Cannon Deity Alliance could only flee with their tails between their legs when facing the Grand Dynasty Alliance. However, they were no longer the Cannon Deity Alliance but the God Slayer Alliance with a powerful backing. Boom! In the distant sky, thousands of people had also arrived. Their auras surged into the sky, shocking everyone. So many people? The expressions of the members of the Grand Court Alliance changed violently. Moreover, they sensed that not only were their opponents numerous in number, their strengths were extremely strong. All of them actually possessed a combat strength at the half-step martial god realm. When did this God Slayer Alliance become so powerful? Their leader was a tall and sturdy man. At this moment, his brows were tightly knitted. In the distance, many alliances were also watching this scene. To them, this was the strongest confrontation between the Nova Alliance and the Great 100 Alliance. Most importantly, everyone knew that the leader of the Great Dynasty Alliance was one of the newcomer kings. His strength was ranked 6th, and his name was the Great Dynasty King. And now, the two new alliances were clashing. Who knew what kind of intense sparks would fly from the collision? Retreat. However, just as everyone had this thought, the Great Dynasty Alliance retreated, not daring to fight at all. This meant that the God Slayer Alliance was now the strongest alliance under the 100 Leagues. It's a little too late to think of leaving now. According to the rules of our God-slaying alliance, you must leave behind all the golden fleece flowers on you. However, the Great Dynasty Alliance had already retreated, yet the God Slayer Alliance was unwilling to leave the matter at that. Because this was also the rule that Lin Ling had set. "Hee, we already said to retreat, yet you insist on being overbearing. Could it be that you want both sides to suffer?" The Great Dynasty Emperor was so angry that he started laughing. Did the God Slayer Alliance think that they were the 100 Leagues Alliance? However, the members of the God Slayer Alliance didn't say anything, but more and more people arrived from the distance. 3,000 elites had gathered, and all of them had divine weapons on them. They coldly looked at the Great Court Alliance. "That's right. We want to fight until both sides suffer. Do you dare?" Someone finally spoke, the 9th God Eye. "Play with us. Let's see if you can afford to play with us. Let me tell you, we don't have much, but we have a lot of money. If we get injured, we can buy treasures to recover. Do you have any?" Tian Ao chimed in. Hearing this, everyone from the Great Dynasty Alliance was gnashing their teeth. The God Slayer Alliance was too domineering. It was practically a gathering place for a bunch of lunatics. "Everyone, leave the golden fleece flower and leave immediately." The Great Dynasty King pondered for a moment. In the end, he gritted his teeth and left behind 100 golden fleece flower before striding away. It wasn't that he wanted to swallow his anger, but he had no choice. Because if he were to go head-on against them, then there would only be a single outcome for his Grand Dynasty Alliance, and that was to be devoured. Now, they had only lost a bit of face and some golden fleece flower, but the Great Court Alliance was still alive. They could barely accept this result. Get lost. Seeing the Great Dynasty Alliance retreat, everyone from the God Slayer Alliance shouted angrily, not giving them any face at all. In the distance, the small alliances were pale with fright. The God Slayer Alliance was truly frightening. They had already become a major alliance. This area has been sealed off by them. I saw that the God Slayer Alliance was able to dispatch 10 people to deal with the Desolate Tree and other demons. This style and dominance is exactly the same as the Great Hundred Alliance. They will definitely become part of the Great Hundred Alliance. I just don't know who will be eliminated from the Great Hundred Alliance. Following this, everyone was discussing spiritedly. At this moment, Lin Ling, who was at the center, had no idea what was happening outside. In fact, the reason he had expanded the alliance was so that there would be people to deal with these unexpected events. To the north, wow, 20,000 golden fleece flower. When Lin Ling reached the north, he was shocked. Dig! Lin Ling was also a bit crazy. He had collected more than 20,000 golden fleece flower in one go. This area was truly terrifying. 6 hours later, Lin Ling walked out. The 50 or so leaders had been waiting for Lin Ling for a long time. They had impatient looks on their faces, but no one dared to ask. Leader, how many? Only the 9th god I had a good relationship with Lin Ling, so he asked on behalf of the others. More than 20,000 golden fleece flower. Lin Ling smiled and immediately replied. Wow, what the hell, it's only been 3 hours. The cannon god and the other leaders who had just joined were undoubtedly shocked. They then counted on their fingers and said, according to the rules, if we take a third, that's close to 7,000 to 8,000 golden fleece flower. If we divide it among everyone, apart from the 50 leaders who take more, everyone will get 10. Ancestor, I kneel to you. Thinking of this, the leaders were so excited that they almost knelt down. That was because they had worked so hard and only obtained a few golden fleece flower in a day. However, they had only spent 6 hours here and obtained 10 golden fleece flower. Moreover, this was only the harvest of the small soldiers. The leaders' harvest was undoubtedly much greater. Don't worry, there will be more in the future. Lin Ling looked calm on the surface, but he was actually even happier than them. That was because this was only one of the areas in the middle area. There were probably more places than this. Let's go. Go! After that, Lin Ling waved his hand and led the God Slayer Alliance away from this place. Under the giant ghost's guidance, they moved on to the next location. At the same time, the people the Cannon God Alliance had summoned also joined them one after another. The number of people had reached 5,000. They had completely entered the ranks of the 100 Great Alliances. Lin Ling naturally spent a large amount of golden fleece flower to buy divine weapons for them. He had almost bought all the divine weapons. Moreover, Lin Ling had tobacco on him. He could have bought it at half price, but the god store was too far away. To avoid wasting time, Lin Ling bought it with jade tokens. The first 3 types of treasures in the god store could not be bought with jade tokens. At that time, he would have to go to the god's store personally. This area, 50,000 golden fleece flower. This area, 30,000. Tisk. TSK, 80,000. Tisk. After the number of people increased, Lin Ling's harvesting area also became wider. His harvest was bountiful. Lin Ling did not buy many divine arts from the god store. After all, he had too many tricks up his sleeve. The only thing that caught his eye was the 4th-ranked divine martial art divine ability. Chapter 3902. The news of 3 million people entering. This martial art came from the era of gods, and it is only an incomplete copy. Most importantly, there is a condition to cultivate this martial art. One must possess the power of Buddha God. Lin Ling's great son Calamity Destroying Bao cultivates the power of Buddha God, so he has barely met the requirement. The power of this martial art is also extremely terrifying. It cultivates the power of God. The power of God is even more vigorous than the power of Ancestor. Currently, even martial god realm experts rarely possess this mysterious power. Even Lin Ling's true inheritance Dark Sword has a strand of the power of God. Of course, Tyrannical Song Sword also has the power of God, but Lin Ling did not activate it. Of course, this Bodhi Testimony divine art also has a power that Lin Ling values. That is, it can continuously increase the power of soul. Although the increase is very slow, only 1 step in a quarter of an hour, but it is a continuous increase. The longer the time, the greater the harvest. Currently, Lin Ling's soul is at 23,000 steps. It won't be long before it reaches 30,000 steps. And with the increase of soul, Lin Ling's step of wisdom will also be stronger, and the number of evil ghost jellyfish he can control will also increase. Bodhi Testimony Divine Art, 500,000 Golden Fleece Flowers. Unfortunately, it is an incomplete copy, divided into red Bodhi, yellow Bodhi, blue Bodhi, black Bodhi. These are the current cultivation realm. While Lin Ling is mining, he is also cultivating this powerful martial art with the power of God. Frankly speaking, this martial art is also the upgraded version of Great Sun Calamity Destroying Bao. But its power is even more powerful than the true inheritance Dark Sword. 500,000 Golden Fleece Flowers, it is worth it, hee. If this martial art is not an incomplete copy, and only those who possess the power of Buddha God can cultivate it, I am afraid it would have been bought long ago, and by the time they want to buy it, I will have already gathered enough Golden Fleece Flowers before them. Hee. Lin Ling smiled. Next, he is going to store the Golden Fleece Flowers, preparing to buy rare treasures. Of course, he also helped Yu, Big Brother, and the others find suitable martial arts and mystical abilities and bought them together. While Lin Ling was continuously digging for Golden Fleece Flowers, the ancient dragon wasteland was also in an uproar. In this vast wasteland, everyone knew that the God-slaying alliance had risen. This was because while Lin Ling was mining, the God-Slayer Alliance's 9th God Eye and the others had been furiously attacking. Unknowingly, they had already defeated one of the Great 100 Alliances and completely entered the Great 100 Alliances. It was said that the battle was extremely intense. The leaders of the God-Slayer Alliance were all mobilized, and there were more than 100 experts. After that, the 5,000 troops clashed with one of the 100 Great Alliance. The 100 Great Alliance was defeated in an instant and was even devoured by the God-Slayer Alliance. As a result, the God-Slayer Alliance had more than 8,000 members. As for the 100 Great Alliance that had been eliminated, it was called the Supreme Alliance. It was formed by a group of old monsters, and each of them had monstrous strength. After being swallowed up by the God-Slayer Alliance, the overall strength of the God-Slayer Alliance had undoubtedly increased by another level. Other than that, there was also a rumor in the ancient dragon wasteland that the God-Slaying Alliance had a set of methods to harvest Golden Fleece Flowers. If one joined the God-Slaying Alliance, the harvest of Golden Fleece Flowers would be much higher than other alliances. This also led to many experts wanting to join the God-Slayer Alliance. Unfortunately, without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to join. Most importantly, one's character was the key. As for the rumors circulating outside, Lin Ling, as the leader behind the scenes, had no idea at all. During this period of time, his strength had greatly increased, and his cultivation level had continuously broken through. He had reached level 8 Martial Ancestor Realm. This was the result of him purchasing rare treasures to forcibly raise his strength. Furthermore, the fruits that could raise one's cultivation level did not have any side effects. However, one could only consume 2 of them, and the price was 100,000 Golden Fleece Flowers. Of course, Lin Ling had also asked Tian Ao to help him purchase them. Currently, he did not have the time to visit the godly store. This increase in strength was undoubtedly effortless. Even the ancestors' tribulation was much weaker, and the success rate was very high. After raising his cultivation level, Lin Ling also set his sights on the fruit of fortune. However, this fruit was extremely rare, so it was also very expensive. It actually cost 3 million Golden Fleece Flowers. To an ordinary person, 3 million Golden Fleece Flowers was simply unattainable. However, to Lin Ling, it was only a matter of time. After the God-Slaying Alliance had become stronger, Lin Ling had also begun to do whatever he wanted in the ancient dragon wasteland. He had plundered large areas of Golden Fleece Flowers. Of course, on this day, the 9th God's Eye also brought a piece of news that Lin Ling could not afford to underestimate. Leader, the 5th month is about to begin. I heard that the number of people who want to enter has reached 3 million. 3 million people? This was undoubtedly a huge piece of news, and it was extremely unfavorable for the God-Slaying Alliance. After all, although the God-Slaying Alliance was very powerful, it was only one of the 100 alliances. It was still not strong enough to fight against the 10 overlords, let alone 3 million people. Why are there suddenly so many quotas? Lin Ling also knew that the situation had become somewhat troublesome. If there were too many people, it would be troublesome to harvest. If they were targeted by the 10 overlords, it would be inconvenient for the God-slaying alliance to do anything, let alone harvest. I heard that a god had appeared and discussed with the Curishan. In the end, the Curishan gave face to the god and relaxed the quota. The 9th god's eye immediately said. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. So it was a god who appeared. Moreover, there are rumors that the ancient dragon wasteland is going to be reshuffled. The 100 alliances will also be devoured, leaving only the 10 overlords. After all, the 3 million people were summoned by the 10 overlords. The 9th god's eye spoke again. The 10 overlords had begun to purge the 100 alliances. The god-slaying alliance would definitely not be able to escape this calamity. They would only survive if they joined one of the overlords. Currently, our leaders are discussing whether to find a suitable overlord to join them. It is up to you now. The 9th god's eye spoke again. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Finally, he raised his head and said, "No need. We will become an overlord ourselves." Hearing this, the 9th god's eye's heart trembled. Lin Ling, what a bold tone. One must know that the 10 overlords were formed by the 9 prefectures and the final world's apex giants. If the God-slaying alliance wanted to become an overlord, it meant that the God-slaying alliance would become a giant that the final world could not underestimate. Rather than seeking help from others, why not seek help from ourselves? Lin Ling's eyes were resolute. Currently, he had stored up a large amount of golden fleece flowers and was preparing to buy treasures in one go. However, he did not know how many golden fleece flowers were needed for the most expensive inheritance of the 4 great gods. Therefore, he had to collect as many golden fleece flowers as he could. If he joined the other overlords, then he would no longer be the master, but a guest. All the golden fleece flowers would be taken away by the overlords, and Lin Ling would only be able to take a small portion. Even the golden fleece flowers he had on him might be taken away. Of course, this was not what Lin Ling wanted to see. All of you, do your best to recruit people. No matter how strong they are, bring them in. Furthermore, I want all of you to occupy a region in the ancient dragon wasteland. Lin Ling spoke again. These words caused the 9th god's eye's expression to turn grave. Chapter 3903. Encountering the 10 overlords. Also, when will the 3 million people arrive? Lin Ling asked again. This news was just released. I estimate that they will arrive in about 10 days. The fastest is 7 days. That group of people should reach the ancient Yuan mountain range and enter this place. The 9th god's eye hurriedly said, "Only 7 days? I hope that they come in slowly." Lin Ling's expression became more and more serious. This meant that he had to gather golden fleece flowers in 10 days at most and strengthen the god-slaying alliance. Only then would he not be afraid of the 3 million people and the 10 overlords. Of course, if he failed, Lin Ling would be exposed. At that time, even the 10 overlords would want to snatch the golden fleece flowers from Lin Ling. As for the result, Lin Ling would naturally not be able to resist the 10 overlords and could only obediently hand over the golden fleece flowers. Time waits for no one. You guys are in charge of gathering martial artists. Leave half of you to protect me. Lin Ling stood up and said. Then he led the giant ghost to gather the golden fleece flowers. At present, Lin Ling's strength was like a scholar who had been away for 3 days. However, Lin Ling knew that the ancient dragon wasteland was no longer a battle between individuals. It was a clash between major forces. Unless one's strength was heaven-defying, it would be impossible to change the situation. Lin Ling, there are 80,000 golden fleece flowers here. There are 120,000 here. In the following period of time, Lin Ling went crazy. The number of golden fleece flowers was also increasing. Currently, he had accumulated 10 million golden fleece flowers. This did not include the golden fleece flowers that he had distributed. Otherwise, he would have close to 20 million golden fleece flowers. While Lin Ling was crazily gathering, the God-slaying alliance was also crazily absorbing martial artists. Of course, this craziness made many people in the 100 Alliance unhappy. After all, they had always been curious about how the God-slaying alliance could grow so quickly. Therefore, they guessed that the God-slaying alliance must have a lot of golden fleece flowers. Otherwise, how could they convince the public? Therefore, among the 100 alliances, a few alliances had decided to form an alliance to attack the God-Slayer alliance and plunder everything they had. They obviously knew that 3 million people from the outside world were about to enter the ancient dragon wasteland. At that time, their alliance would no longer exist. Therefore, they wanted to use this period of time to crazily collect golden fleece flower. Of course, it wasn't just them. In fact, many people in the top 100 alliance thought the same. Everyone was fighting for the final push. Lin Ling didn't know what was going on in the outside world. His goal was still to dig out the golden fleece flower. On this day, he walked into a new region. This was a vast expanse of lush green grass, and it was extremely peaceful. However, what surprised Lin Ling was that there were no alliances in this area. Something was wrong. Rumble. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, the ground suddenly split open. Subsequently, a giant ancient snake slithered out. It was at least 1,000 miles long, and its giant head was raised high. Its eyes were icily staring at Lin Ling. This caused Lin Ling's heart to tremble. This was because before he came here, the God-Slayer alliance had already cleared the area. Now, there was still a terrifying demonic beast here. This meant that this demonic beast had hidden from the God-Slayer alliance's eyes. The ancient snake was huge and its entire body was white. It gave off a demonic feeling. A pair of strange green eyes stared at Lin Ling, and its giant mouth was constantly moving. However, Lin Ling could vaguely see that those were desolate vines, and there were a lot of them. These desolate vines were all martial gods. Usually, the alliance would only be able to kill these desolate vines by using the human wave tactic. However, this ancient snake had swallowed them easily. This showed how terrifying this ancient snake was. It had probably reached the middle stage of the martial god realm. No wonder it could hide from the God-Slayer alliance. You are the mastermind behind the God-Slayer alliance. Suddenly, the giant white snake spoke in human language, causing Lin Ling's heart to tremble violently. On top of the giant white snake's head, a figure in white clothes slowly floated out. This person was connected with the white snake, and his long white hair was scattered. This kind of white did not have any luster, as if it was a sickly white. Moreover, this person looked like a man. His face was also very pale, the kind of sickly pale. At this moment, he was smiling at Lin Ling. Lin Ling instantly guessed that this man was actually the white snake. It is said that in the ancient dragon wasteland, the God-Slayer alliance is the most prosperous. The speed of their growth is monstrous. However, there is always a mastermind behind the God-Slayer alliance. Even martial god realm old monsters are extremely respectful to this mastermind. This caused everyone to be curious as to who this God-Slayer alliance's mastermind was. However, I never expected that it would be a martial ancestor realm junior. The man smiled. May I know who senior is? You are actually so curious about our God-Slayer alliance. Lin Ling suppressed his surprise and smiled in a relaxed manner. However, in the depths of his heart, he had already prepared various powerful methods. He had even prepared the 5 flags to kill martial gods. If the other party wanted to harm him, he would fight to the death. I heard that the first and second treasures of the divine treasure category had been exchanged by someone. The entire ancient dragon wasteland has been curious as to who bought these treasures. However, I reckon that it should be you. Little guy, you are really amazing. You dare to book the entire god store. Even among the 10 overlords, not many can do that. The white-haired man seemed to know what Lin Ling was thinking and smiled again. Lin Ling's heart thumped violently, but he still smiled and said, "Everything is just your guess. Instead of guessing, why don't we test it with action?" The white-haired man immediately replied, and a terrifying aura filled the air. It seemed that he was not at the middle stage of the martial god realm, but more like a late stage of the martial god realm. Lin Ling sensed the terrifying pressure coming at him, and he found it difficult to breathe. However, he was now full of treasures and had many trump cards. He dared to take a gamble and see how powerful this late-stage martial god realm expert was. However, very quickly, the white-haired man's aura suddenly disappeared again. He said helplessly, "In the end, I still didn't dare to gamble. Because the first and second treasures in the divine weapon category, not to mention killing me, even the 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures have a chance of killing them. Therefore I lost." Hearing this, Lin Ling felt relieved. However, he still smiled and said, "In fact, I also did not want to take the gamble. Because even if I could kill you, you could also kill me before you died. Therefore, this is just a situation where both sides suffer." Haha, as expected of someone who can become a leader. You have foresight. The white-haired man suddenly laughed, and his laughter was full of admiration. Then, he looked at Lin Ling from head to toe and said, "Are you interested in joining us?" "You?" Lin Ling asked. "One of the 10 overlords, the founding alliance. I am one of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils, the serpent tribe." The white-haired man laughed proudly and said boldly. Chapter 3904. Senior Lu Chen. As of now, Lin Ling knew quite a few of the 9 continents' vicious 10. Immortal Temple, Creation Alliance, Tomb Guardian Race, Resting Place of Heroic Spirits, Ancient Demon Race, Great Devil Sect, and Tin Ghost Race. Who would have thought that another one of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils would surface? As for the strength of the Serpent Clan, Lin Ling had no doubt about it. However, if Lin Ling joined, wouldn't he be controlled by others? This was not what Lin Ling wanted to see. "Senior, what if I refuse?" Thinking of this, Lin Ling relaxed and smiled. The white-haired man sized up Lin Ling and immediately rubbed his nose and said, "This joke isn't funny. If you refuse, you'll be forcing us into a dead end. That's not good. How about this? We'll form an alliance and split the loot 50-50. This is my last concession." He obviously knew that Lin Ling had a special method to harvest the golden fleece flower. In fact, he knew what the method was because he had just swam out from the depths of the earth and possessed the ability to walk freely on the earth. However, compared to Lin Ling's little Kunlun, he was still incomparable. After all, little Kunlun was a plant. It could take root and sprout, quickly occupying this region. Its speed of collection was 100 times faster than the white-haired man. That's impossible. We can only split it 30-70. Moreover, this 30 is split with my subordinates. Lin Ling stubbornly shook his head. "Little guy, you're really greedy. Do you want money but not your life? 46, this is my final concession." Hearing Lin Ling's stingy words, the white-haired man was angered to death. He had never seen such a stingy brat. One had to know that he was one of the 9 states' 10 evils. If it was in the past, he would have slapped anyone who dared to bargain with him to death. 370, that's my bottom line. Moreover, it won't be long before 3 million people enter this place. I think most of those people aren't from your alliance, so you want to use this period of time to collect golden fleece flower like crazy, right? Lin Ling suddenly thought of something and said with a faint smile. The 9 prefectures' 10 evils was an extremely mysterious organization in the universal void. Naturally, the gods would not give them many slots. Therefore, Lin Ling guessed that most of the slots would be taken by the strongest of the final world. Although I know that you are not afraid of them in terms of strength, this is a competition of harvesting golden fleece flowers. Having more people will definitely give you an advantage. So, if you don't agree to my request now, you might get less in the future. Lin Ling saw the corners of the white-haired man's eyes twitching. He immediately knew that he had guessed correctly, so he said again, "You're too cunning." The white-haired man immediately gnashed his teeth when he heard this, but he laughed coldly as well. "Presently, besides us, the other overlords amongst the 10 overlords haven't paid attention to you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to keep the gold helm fleece flower no matter how many you have. Moreover, I heard that someone amongst those 3 million people has found a similar method as you. So, if you still refuse to cooperate, then you probably won't be able to obtain a gold helm fleece flower once those 3 million people enter." Lin Ling's heart shuddered when he heard this. Someone has found out about his method? Lin Ling immediately fell into deep thought. However, he felt that it was normal. There were countless old monsters here, so it was only natural that they would find a solution. That's true, but I still have a few days. It's enough time for me to harvest the gold-helm fleece flower I need. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled at the white-haired man. Son of a bitch, have you even cultivated for 10,000 years? I've cultivated for 100,000 years. I'm your senior, can't you give me some face? What a cunning kid. 40 and 60, you take 40 and I take 60. Isn't that enough? Since you're eating meat, you should at least give me some soup. The white-haired man was furious. If it weren't for the treasures in Lin Ling's hands, he would have tortured Lin Ling into confessing. Then, he realized why Lin Ling had bought the divine weapons instead of the rare treasures. This kid clearly had foresight. He was guarding himself against the martial god realm experts who could threaten him. I'm telling you, 40 and 60, you can't go back. If you don't agree, we'll go our separate ways. Finally, the white-haired man shouted angrily, Moreover, don't think that you can keep your gold-helm fleece flower by dragging me to the grave with you. I'm telling you, the founding alliance is not only composed of the Serpent Clan. We have a leader. If I die, you can give all your gold-helm fleece flower to him. I don't want any of them. Hee hee, you're so kind? Lin Ling sneered at the white-haired man. Then you can have a try. Let's fight. Rumble. The huge ancient snake grew like a vine, and a terrifying aura covered the sky and earth. It surged toward Lin Ling with a strong murderous intent. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes became serious. He held the flags tightly in his hands. Obviously, he didn't expect that the white-haired man would really risk his life. If he died together with him, his gold-helm fleece flower would be taken by the other leader. I know you don't believe me. Then I'll show you again. Come out, old Lu. The ancient serpent spoke in human language. Its voice was earth-shattering. Obviously, it was going to risk its life. It didn't believe that an old monster like it would be afraid of a young boy. Rumble. In a faraway place, a huge evil fish with 9 lanterns appeared. It swam in the heaven and earth as if it was swimming in the sea. This evil fish was as big as an island. There were 9 ancient lanterns hanging in front of the fish's head. They were dazzling, and the huge fish's sharp teeth were flashing, causing others to tremble in fear. As for the enormous vicious fish, a carefree and unruly man stood there with his hands behind his back, and beside him was a woman that was as beautiful as a celestial maiden. Do you believe me now? Do you think I'm lying to you? Come on, fight with your life. If you and I die, your gold-helm fleece flower will belong to that leader. Seeing the newcomer, the ancient serpent roared and sneered. Was he afraid? He wanted to ask the kid if he was afraid. Was he going to fight with him? When he came out to roam the 9 states, that kid was still drinking milk. However, Lin Ling wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he looked at the newcomer in disbelief. Suddenly, he laughed loudly. Senior Lu. The newcomer was the 9 Lanterns fish, Lu Chen, leader of the Creation Alliance. Lin Ling. The newcomer was stunned. The woman beside him smiled excitedly. Little benefactor? She was Lu Chen's wife, White Fox. In the past, she was saved by Lin Ling. Because of that, Lu Chen had been helping Lin Ling. However, it wasn't just Lu Chen who was stunned. Even the ancient serpent was stunned. Both of them were shocked. The white serpent was shocked that Lin Ling knew Lu Chen. Lu Chen was shocked that Lin Ling would appear here. Then, he frowned and looked at the white serpent. Old Gu, what do you mean? Are you going to attack my friend? Old Lu, he's your friend. You must be joking. Chapter 3905. 2 alliances. You think I'm joking? When we formed the alliance, we already said that we can't touch our friends. Now, aren't you violating the alliance agreement? Lu Chen immediately said with a cold expression. Fuck, I've been wronged. How would I know that he's your friend? Also, do you know who he is? The white-haired man immediately shouted, feeling extremely aggrieved. Hearing this, Lu Chen was puzzled because he had always been curious as to why Lin Ling would appear here. He's the leader behind the scenes of the God Slayer Alliance that you keep praising. Seeing that Lu Chen was also confused, the white-haired man screamed again. What? This time, it was Lu Chen's turn to be dumbfounded. Lin Ling was the mastermind behind the gods of destruction? Then, he led a group of experts to rise in the ancient dragon wasteland? Heavens, when did this little guy grow to such a level? Lin Ling, tell me this isn't true. I really don't believe it. Then, Lu Chen looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled bitterly and nodded. You really are. Lu Chen slapped his forehead. He was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. It's good that he's your friend. What should we do now? You handle it. The white-haired man had an extreme headache as well. Now, he was clearly unable to make a move. Since we're friends, let's split it 40-60. How about we form an alliance? Seeing that one of the 10 overlords was Senior Lu Chen, Lin Ling decided to compromise. All right, 46 it is. Of course, Lu Chen agreed. He didn't care even if it was 30/70ths. However, the founding alliance belonged to the 9 provinces' fierce 10 alliance. Therefore, he had to consider the feelings of the other side. If I had known it would be so straightforward, I wouldn't have fucking come. For six, ha little guy, we are allies now. Seeing that Lin Ling had finally relented, the white-haired man first scolded jokingly, then said with a smile. Next, the Creation Alliance also mobilized all the experts. In this prairie, dark clouds rolled, a large number of experts arrived, all of them were martial god realm experts. The number of people had reached more than 5,000. Over 5,000 martial gods. No wonder they could become the 10 overlords. This was a real big shot. Lin Ling, is that you? Many people in the Creation Alliance knew Lin Ling, and they immediately laughed. Upon seeing those old monsters, Lin Ling hurriedly greeted them. Then, he pondered for a moment and immediately summoned all the members of the God-Slayer Alliance. Brother Lu Chen, I'll show you my strength too. Facing Senior Lu Chen, Lin Ling clearly wanted to compete. After all, Senior Lu Chen had watched Lin Ling grow up. Now, Lin Ling wanted to let Senior Lu Chen know how strong he was. Did the leader call us? Furthermore, it's an extremely urgent matter. Assemble, all of you assemble. Once Lin Ling's order was given, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. The outermost area of the prairie was in turmoil. Thousands of people rushed toward the prairie, and their speed was very fast, as if they were afraid that something had happened to Lin Ling. Leader, those desolate trees are about to die. Next, there will be a few golden fleece flowers. Why don't we wait a little longer? I'll wait for your mother. Don't, immediately assemble. But on the other side, a large number of experts from the God-Slayer Alliance rushed toward the prairie, even giving up on the golden fleece flowers that were about to fall into their hands. Come, you are the Che-Chi Alliance of the 100 Leagues. I think you're just SOSO. Don't force me. If I call my brothers, you'll only be devoured. At the same time, in another direction, the 9th God Eye and other experts were looking at the enormous 100 Leagues. The other party was very afraid of the 9th God Eye and had already planned to retreat. This was because they had also heard of the God-Slayer Alliance's reputation. Not only were they the giants of the 100 Leagues, but they were also the giants of the upper middle tier. However, just as they were about to surrender, the 9th God Eye received Lin Ling's message. Little ones, retreat. Under the stupefied gazes of the Alliance, the 9th God Eye and other experts retreated like the receding tide. I was reckless before. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. The 9th God Eye even took the initiative to apologize as he left. The main reason was that he was afraid that the Che-Chi Alliance would entangle him. Although the 9th God Eye was not afraid of him, he was afraid that something would happen to Lin Ling. Moreover, this was an extremely urgent order. Every member of the God-Slayer Alliance had such a token in their hands. Once this token was issued, they would come over thousands of mountains and rivers to meet. It was extremely urgent, and they couldn't even be a moment late. Nothing could compare to Lin Ling's order. They actually apologized? Leader, I don't understand. They clearly have a better chance of winning. I don't understand either. I almost knelt down and begged for mercy. The members of the alliance were undoubtedly dumbfounded. Only the leader narrowed his eyes. That old man is also one of the leaders, but he looked so anxious. It's clear that someone is ordering them to leave immediately. What? Isn't that old man already a leader? Someone can order him around? Everyone was dumbfounded once again. Legend has it that the God-Slayer Alliance has a leader behind the scenes. It seems that the legend is most likely true. The leader said word by word. His words caused everyone to gasp. To be able to summon so many leaders of the God-Slayer Alliance, the leader behind the scenes was too domineering. At the same time, 5,000 people had gathered on the prairie. However, they did not stop there. Gradually, 8,000 people arrived. In the end, the number of people reached almost 20,000. The sky was filled with experts. They were like rolling dark clouds, causing the earth to tremble. With one order, thousands of people came to meet. Domineering. The members of the God-Slayer Alliance were dumbfounded. They also saw that the 20,000 people were not weak. Many of them were half-step to martial god realm experts, and there was no lack of martial god realm experts. Lin Ling, these are your people. Lu Chun stared into the distance and gasped. He then looked at Lin Ling from head to toe as if he was trying to see through him. He had never expected that after not seeing Lin Ling for so many years, this kid would become a big shot. Damn. Rumor has it that the God-Slayer Alliance has 5,000 elites, right? How come there are almost 20,000 of them? The white-haired man's eyes twitched violently. He then looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Now, he finally knew how terrifying this kid was. The speed at which this little brat pulled up the mountain was simply comparable to a plague. Hee hee. Lin Ling laughed. Although the God-Slayer Alliance's legend was spread everywhere in the ancient dragon wasteland, in reality, the God-Slayer Alliance rarely displayed their full strength. This was because Lin Ling's goal was to obtain wealth, not to compete with others. If he could avoid a fight, he would resolutely avoid it. They would only fight if it affected the harvest of the golden fleece flower. This is not all. Dragon Demon, come out. Chapter 3906. To become one of the 10 overlords. Since both sides were allies, Lin Ling did not intend to hide anything. Moreover, Senior Lu Chen was Lin Ling's good friend. Lin Ling would not hide anything from him. Wow, fuck, you're hiding some guards and they're all half-step martial gods. Seeing the countless dragon demons appear, the white-haired man was once again tongue-tied. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. I think you can become one of the JoJo's 10 evils. Leader. While they were still in shock, everyone else had arrived. They were all clad in divine armor, and their battle prowess was ferocious. Many of them had even exchanged for divine arts. Although their cultivation levels were not high, their strength was definitely not to be underestimated. As soon as they were addressed as leader, the Great Prairie was immediately shaken. It's all right. I gathered you here because I have good news to tell you. Currently, we have formed an alliance with the 10 overlords, the Founding Alliance. These two are the leaders of the Founding Alliance. Lin Ling calmly looked at Chen Ting and the others as he spoke. His words also gave them a fright. The 10 overlords had formed an alliance? Many people felt like they were dreaming because they had never thought that they would be able to form an alliance with the 10 overlords in their lifetime. Then they all laughed excitedly. Sure enough, following leader Lin Ling was the true way to accomplish great things. From today onwards, we are allies. When Lu Chen saw Lin Ling's God-Slayer alliance, he laughed loudly. Allies. Chen Ting, the 9th God Eye, and the others immediately laughed. Without a doubt, after the God-Slayer Alliance formed an alliance with the 10 overlords, unless the other party was one of the 10 overlords, no one would be able to resist them. Leader, among the 100 alliances, 5 alliances have joined forces to eradicate the God-Slayer Alliance. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from afar. Hearing this, everyone laughed. 5 of the 100 alliances working together? Do you want to die? Lin Ling, this is our alliance's first battle. Tell me, how should we deal with it? Lu Chen immediately smiled at Lin Ling. Destroy them. Lin Ling's gaze swept across the crowd as he nodded his head boldly. Destroy them. Everyone roared loudly when they saw that Lin Ling had agreed. Lu Chen and the white-haired man glanced at each other before they took the lead and walked out of the grassland. At the same time, they said indifferently, "This is our first alliance, so let us take the lead." The members of the God-Slayer Alliance felt their blood boil when they heard that. Nearly 20,000 people marched out of the Great Prairie in a grandiose manner. That aura was terrifying. Heaven and earth shook, and all of the dark clouds were shattered. At this moment, outside the Great Prairie, a large number of elite experts had arrived. They were the experts of the Great Five Alliance. I've heard that the God-Slayer Alliance is in the Great Prairie. They only have 5,000 elites. Compared to our Great Five Alliance, they are nothing. I've also heard that the God-Slayer Alliance has a leader behind the scenes. Today, I want to see if that leader has 3 heads and 6 arms. The leaders of the Great Five Alliance spoke proudly, as though they had already won the battle. Someone even waved his hand and said, "Little ones, go and challenge them." The expert who had been assigned this task was undoubtedly very excited and proud. He was representing the Great Five Alliance to challenge them. When he left this place in the future, he could use this opportunity to brag about it for the rest of his life. However, just as he approached the Great Prairie, the rolling dark clouds in front of him had already spread over. That terrifying gale was like an invisible blade that cut off several strands of his hair. Upon closer inspection, those weren't dark clouds but countless experts. "Boss, it seems like I don't need to challenge them anymore. They're already here." That expert was tongue-tied as he shouted. His words caused the members of the Great Five Alliance to be somewhat startled. However, when they looked into the distance, all of them were like ducks that had been grabbed by the neck. "Old Tai, I don't know how to count, but no matter how I look, there are more than 5,000 elites over there. Could it be that my eyes are playing tricks on me? Playing tricks my ass. There are more than 5,000 elites over there. Damn it, we've been fooled. The God-Slayer Alliance has more people than that. What's there to be afraid of? Without 20,000 experts, our Great Five Alliance has nothing to fear." The Great Five Alliance leaders said in a low voice. In reality, they were just trying to boost their morale. However, a sharp-eyed expert dampened his boss's enthusiasm. He said nervously, "Boss, I used my special ability to count just now. Not only are there 20,000 experts over there are more than 20,000 of them." Plop. Those leaders who were standing on the ground were so frightened that they fell to the ground. The growth rate of the God-Slayer Alliance was too freakish. People said that a scholar who had been away for 3 days would be looked at with new eyes. However, the God-Slayer Alliance had been away for 3 days and was looking at them with wide eyes. What's there to be afraid of? They are just a bunch of motley crew. Who knows, maybe there are more than 10,000 peak martial ancestor trash over there. We are all elites and can fight against 100, no, 1 against 1,000. A leader seemed to be encouraging himself as he spoke. This also caused everyone's spirits to rise. That's right, the God-Slayer Alliance must be putting on an empty front. They were just putting on a strong front and were actually weak. It was useless to rely on numbers. God-Slayer Alliance, you're just relying on a bunch of trash to make up the numbers. Do you think we're afraid of you? The expert who was in charge of challenging the God-Slayer Alliance shouted arrogantly. However, the large group of experts in the distance did not even bother to say a word. The 2 leaders who were walking at the front were Lu Chen and the other leader. Trash. Lu Chen laughed. It's been a long time since someone called me trash. I remember, that was 90,000 years ago. The white-haired man laughed as well. They took the lead and looked as if they could hold back 10,000 men. Where did this nameless general come from? When the 5 leaders saw this, they immediately laughed disdainfully. However, someone suddenly rubbed his eyes and looked at Lu Chen and the white-haired man. Although they were very curious about the 2 people's backgrounds, they had seen them before. This was because they had seen the 2 of them destroy several alliances of the top 100 alliance with their own eyes. Moreover, they did not do anything. It was just a punch. They killed an alliance with 1 punch. That was how awesome they were. Oh no, they are the 10 overlords. I think they are the founding alliance. When those people came to their senses, they were so frightened that they fell to the ground and sweat poured down like rain. The 5 leaders had just stood up, but they were so frightened that they fell to the ground again. They did not know what kind of experts were in the founding alliance. However, they knew that an alliance that could become the 10 overlords was definitely not simple. Damn it, who said they were a bunch of trash? How can they be weak? They have more people than us, and they even have the 10 overlords. Compared to this, I'm more angry about the bastard who suggested that we eliminate the God-Slayer alliance. The 5 leaders' faces were ashen. They had never expected that the God-Slayer alliance would become the 10 overlords without them knowing. At this moment, in the prairie, Lin Ling looked into the distance and smiled. He was not worried about the battle outside. Then, he released little Kunlun and started to collect golden fleece flowers. Chapter 3907. Making a fortune was the priority, especially with the arrival of 3 million people, who could guarantee that there were no experts among them. Perhaps even the 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures were here. There are 300,000 golden fleece flowers in this grassland. 10 hours later, Lin Ling finally harvested all the golden fleece flowers. Lu Chen and the rest had already dealt with the motley crew and were now gathered in the grassland. When they heard Lin Ling's words, they were so shocked that they almost bit their own mouths. 300,000? 10 hours? This was too profitable. The white-haired man was also full of admiration. Because he was a snake, he could enter the ground but could not take root. He had to search everywhere for the golden fleece flowers. Chen Ting, divide all the golden fleece flowers. We will go to the next place immediately. However, Lin Ling knew that now was not the time to be happy. He had to speed up the harvesting. Here, 500,000. This great swamp is a vast expanse of land, and it gave birth to 1 million people. 3 million. After the God-Slayer alliance became stronger, there was no doubt that the harvesting area had also increased. Of course, during the harvesting process, Lin Ling and the rest also encountered the 10 overlords. Regarding this, Lin Ling chose to avoid them. Confronting the 10 overlords now was obviously extremely disadvantageous and a waste of time. With regards to this decision, everyone was extremely supportive. It was better to make a fortune silently. Leader, 3 million experts have finally entered the ancient dragon wasteland. As time passed, the great reshuffle of the ancient dragon wasteland had finally arrived. Ignore them and continue to dig. Before they find us, we have to make as much money as possible. Lin Ling ignored this and continued to dig. Lu Chen and the other 2 leaders were also extremely excited. Lin Ling, how much? Here, there are 5 million golden fleece flowers. Even if 3 million of them entered, there won't be many golden fleece flowers left for them. The entire God-Slayer alliance was in high spirits. However, as the days passed, the number of experts in the ancient dragon wasteland was as high as the clouds. Especially after the Great Reshuffle, the 100 Great Alliance was absorbed by the 10 overlords. This was because, with 3 million experts here, who would dare to go against them unless they were at the level of the martial gods? Lin Ling, this is bad. The 100 Great Alliance has completely collapsed. Everyone has been absorbed by the 10 overlords. All that's left are a few scattered soldiers. However, it's only a matter of time before they're all devoured. On this day, Lu Chen also informed Lin Ling of the news he had received. Lin Ling's expression turned serious. Speed up, race against time. Lin Ling still didn't allow the God-Slayer alliance to clash head-on with those overlords. Instead, he was frantically harvesting. In the entire vast ancient dragon wasteland, Lin Ling almost scraped the ground 3 feet deep. Leader, there are experts from Storm Tower ahead. The God-Slayer alliance was in charge of protecting Lin Ling. Meanwhile, Qin Ting had also sent him a message. Fengyun Tower, one of the 10 overlords. However, they were all new overlords, formed by the strongest experts of the 36 academies. Give up on the golden fleece flowers over there. Lin Ling immediately made a decision. Give up. After receiving the order, all the leaders were unwilling to give up. Currently, they weren't afraid of Fengyun Tower. Whatever the leader says, we'll give up. However, Qin Ting and the other leaders also issued a death order. The God-Slayer alliance immediately headed in another direction. Lin Ling then started harvesting. Instantly, he received a shocking news. There were a total of 8 million golden fleece flowers in this area. We're rich, we're rich. Lin Ling, hurry up. I've received news that the Heaven Alliance and the True Legacy Alliance have formed an alliance and are going to unite the ancient dragon wasteland. The white-haired man came from afar and brought back another shocking news. The ancient dragon wasteland was constantly changing. The situation was fiery and deep. For the sake of God's shop, everyone was going all out. Obviously, everyone knew that although there were many golden fleece flowers, their numbers were limited. If they didn't plunder now, when would they plunder? Most importantly, the treasures in God's shop were limited. Whoever gathered the golden fleece flowers first would be able to obtain the God's treasure. As for those who were slow, even if they had gathered enough golden fleece flowers, the treasures would have been bought by others. It would be useless to keep the golden fleece flowers. The Heaven Alliance and the True Legacy Alliance have formed an alliance. This news undoubtedly shocked Lin Ling. Yes. Currently, their alliance is the strongest among the 10 overlords. The other overlords have to take a detour when they see them. What's strange is that after the Heaven Alliance and the True Legacy Alliance formed an alliance, they actually didn't join forces to eliminate the other overlords. The white-haired man said in a rare serious tone. Lin Ling immediately pondered. The True Legacy Alliance was a powerful alliance formed by the experts of the True Legacy Alliance. It was because they had the method to harvest the golden fleece flowers. No wonder the Heaven Alliance had formed an alliance with them. I reckon that they also know that time is getting more and more critical. That's why they didn't eliminate the other overlords. Because attacking the other overlords would definitely waste a lot of time and would instead benefit others. Lin Ling also made some guesses. That's true. However, our God-Slayer Alliance and the Creation Alliance have already disappeared from the ancient dragon wasteland. The 10 overlords thought that we had given up. We can take this opportunity to make a fortune silently. Even if the sky falls, the other overlords will hold it up. Lu Chen said immediately. Currently, as long as the God-Slayer Alliance encountered the experts of the 10 overlords, they would immediately abandon the golden fleece flowers in their hands and retreat to other places. The advantage of this was that they didn't attract the attention of the 10 overlords. However, they would only lose a few golden fleece flowers. After all, if the 10 overlords knew that the God-Slayer Alliance was the first to know the method to harvest the golden fleece flowers, they would probably all target the God-Slayer Alliance. This would also waste a lot of Lin Ling's time. After all, the current Lin Ling could harvest tens of thousands of golden fleece flowers in a breath's time. Leader, there are people from the True Legacy Alliance approaching. While they were racing against time, a leader passed on the information. How long will it take? Upon hearing this, Lin Ling's face turned solemn. After 3 million people had arrived, the ancient dragon wasteland would be filled with people everywhere. About 2 hours or so. All right, after 1 hour, we will retreat. Leave the rest of the golden fleece flowers behind. Lin Ling immediately made a decision. After 1 hour, he would bring everyone from the God-Slayer Alliance and leave this ancient land. After 1 hour, a large number of experts also arrived. It was the combination of the Heaven Alliance and the True Legacy Alliance. There were more than 100,000 people, and all of them were experts. Princess Tian, you have asked your master to find the method to harvest the golden fleece flowers. This time, you have done a great service. Within the Heaven Alliance, a young man with a high status smiled as he looked at the people from the True Legacy Alliance. He was Duan Wuhan. On the True Legacy Alliance's side, the current leader of the team was Princess Tian. She faintly smiled, waved her lily-white hand, and issued an order. Those world spiritists of the True Legacy Alliance immediately set up the Great Divine Formation. Tens of thousands of people started working swiftly. Chapter 3908. A harvest of 10 million. It's really amazing. The land under this wasteland is a world of its own. After we enter, We immediately feel like a stone sinking into the sea. However, Miaoxin's true inheritance has a god's boundary array to collect the golden fleece flowers in the deepest part of the earth. I'm afraid these methods are the methods of the dragon pattern's supreme boundary master. Duan Wuhan looked at the people of the True Inheritance Alliance with envy in his eyes. If they had known this method, they would not have wasted time fighting with the barren trees. Princessin, here are 18,320. Heavenly Princess, here are 36,073. After a long time, the boundary masters reported their results. So little? Princess Din looked at all the harvests and could not help but feel disappointed, because there were only a total of more than 100,000 golden fleece flowers. Such a number was a lot for an individual, but for an alliance, it was a drop in the bucket. So little? Duan Wuhan frowned because according to his estimation, there should be 1 million golden fleece flowers under this land. Could it be that someone beat us to it and we are eating the soup they left behind? Duan Wuhan suddenly guessed and immediately felt unhappy. Ha, you underestimate Miaoxin's true inheritance. In today's final world, besides us, who has the ability to collect such a large area? Don't worry, we just happened to come across a place with fewer golden fleece flowers. The next place will definitely collect 1 million golden fleece flowers. Princess Din was also in a bad mood, but she quickly smiled confidently. At this moment, Lin Ling and the others had already reached the other side and began to collect crazily. The spies of the Godslayer Alliance also sent back the news that the True Inheritance Alliance had only harvested a little more than 100,000 golden fleece flowers. This made Lin Ling and the others laugh. The Heaven Alliance followed behind the Godslayer Alliance, so how much could their harvest be? Ignore them, let's continue to collect. Then Lin Ling got busy again. Before he knew it, the number of golden fleece flower he owned had reached more than 30 million. Moreover, he was always on the lookout for rare treasures so that the treasures he had his eyes on would not be taken away by others. Fortunately, there were a lot of golden fleece flower in the rare treasures category. So far, people were only buying the cheaper rare treasures. Lin Ling over here. On this day, the giant ghost led Lin Ling and the others to a new area. This was the Seismic Mountains, and the weight here had reached the level of 5,000 worlds. Tiske, I've found so many places for you. This place has the strongest willpower. I estimate that the number of golden fleece flower here is astonishing. As soon as they arrived at the Seismic Mountain range, the giant ghost said excitedly. Really? Lin Ling also became excited. Could it be 10 million? Lin Ling hadn't harvested 10 million golden fleece flower in one go yet. Most of the time, he had harvested 1 million golden fleece flower. I think there is. The giant ghost circled around Lin Ling a few times and said fiercely, I'm rich, I'm rich. Lin Ling felt as if he had been injected with chicken blood as he immediately activated Little Kunlun. Rumble. The current Lil Kunlun was no longer the same as before. This was because Lin Ling had sent his men to the divine store and bought many treasures that were suitable for Lil Kunlun. Currently, Lil Kunlun's strength was comparable to the martial god realm. It even possessed the power to seal the gift and was much more powerful than an ordinary martial god realm cultivator. The ground began to shake. A vine that was as tall as a human grew on the ground. However, under the ground, it had become a primeval forest. The area had reached millions of miles wide. Countless black plants were growing and intertwining. Not to mention the golden fleece flower, even the barren trees and other things that were hidden underground were immediately killed. The vines that Little Kunlun left on the ground also shook and reported back. There were indeed many golden fleece flower in the ground. Malevolent ghost jellyfish. Lin Ling didn't waste any time and immediately released the malevolent ghost jellyfish. Countless jellyfish swam down the vines and began to crazily plunder the golden fleece flower. While Lin Ling was harvesting on the other side of God's shop's tower, it was packed with people every day. It was as if the treasures in God's shop didn't cost money. Everyone came to buy them. However, in reality, these people were all from the 10 overlords. They had secretly taken over God's shop. They would know exactly who came to buy the treasures. Of course, it was also because of this reason that the overlords didn't want others to see through them. This led to many people coming to make fake purchases. They were just entering God's shop to take a look. This was also a smokescreen. Brother, do you have a golden fleece flower? We will buy it with royal crystals. 10 billion for one. We will buy as much as you have. On the road leading to God's shop, there were many mysterious martial artists buying golden fleece flower. Hee, I will pay 11 billion for one golden fleece flower. Do you have it? However, no one was stupid enough to hand over the golden fleece flower. After all, royal crystals could be found slowly. However, God's shop was not. Seeing that the other party wasn't fooled, those people who were buying golden fleece flower laughed and turned to ask others. Do you think we are idiots? Those people who were talking just now laughed and then went to God's shop. There are many things to buy this time. The leader said that the big treasures should be bought at the last time. Some of the treasures that are necessary should be bought now. These people walked along the platform. After passing through the stairs, they finally entered a big hall. There were many people in the hall. Many people seemed to be buying treasures, but in fact, it was just a smoke screen. This also caused the people from various forces to be very confused. Look, those people from the Death Alliance. Damn, they just came to buy treasures yesterday. Today, they are here again. Do they have so many golden fleece flower? They definitely don't have any. They are hiding the truth so that the other overlords can't guess their gains. After all, if the other overlords knew that the Death Alliance had a lot of gains, they might join forces to rob them. Yes, but the overlords on our side also think so. Whispers sounded quietly. Currently, the 10 overlords were secretly opposing each other. Each overlord wanted to devour the other's golden fleece flower. Those people who were listening to the whispers in the hall just now smiled faintly. They quietly came to the front of the shop and said with a smile, "Senior, we are here to buy things." In the shop, the white-haired old man said in an extremely bad mood, "What do you want to buy?" Obviously, there were too many people who were trying to trick him. As a result, his patience was exhausted. If it weren't for the god's order, he would have closed the shop and told those who didn't buy anything but asked the price to get lost. Chapter 3909. Stalking. Most of the treasures they wanted to buy were used to recover realm energy. There were also some fruits that could increase one's cultivation level. However, there were a lot of them. This caused the old man's expression to become even more unsightly. These people were definitely here to set off a smoke bomb. After all, the golden fleece flowers required for those treasures were extremely expensive. How could this group of people be able to take them out? Do you have any? After those people finished speaking, they immediately laughed. Yes, but do you have enough golden fleece flowers? The old man's voice became gloomy. He was on the verge of exploding. However, at this moment, the person in the lead took out his jade token and placed it on the table. The old man frowned slightly, and his expression couldn't help but change slightly after he inspected it carefully. Because there were numerous gold fleece flowers within it, and there were over 1 million of them. This meant that these people weren't here to set off a smoke bomb. Alright, wait a moment. I'll give you the treasures you need immediately. The old man's mood instantly improved. He took out all the treasures in the store and placed them into the jade tablet. Thank you. The group of people instantly laughed. They didn't check and directly turned to leave, because they knew that this god's store was opened by a god. Naturally, there wouldn't be any shortfalls. Finally, it's not those people who came to cause trouble. I hope these treasures will be sold quickly so that I can complete my task. Seeing that group of people leave, the old man smiled and said, "Currently, 2/3 of the treasures in the god's store had been bought. The remaining treasures were all precious. For example, the first and second categories were still unbought. However, the god had orders. Only when the fifth and fourth categories were bought out would the god's store be completely closed. Therefore, he still had to wait patiently for now. Senior, we're here to buy things." At this moment, a few more people came to the front of the store and spoke with smiles on their faces. The old man had come into contact with people who were sincere in buying things, so he wasn't so difficult to talk to this group of people. However, he quickly realized that this group of people was here to set off a smoke bomb. Because the things they wanted were all priceless treasures. How could this group of people be able to afford such a price? Scram. It wasn't easy for me to come across people who were sincere in buying things. It made my mood improve, but now I've encountered you bunch of troublemakers. In the end, the old man roared furiously. Senior, please calm down. We'll leave right away. The group of people were not afraid of the old man's anger. After smiling, they immediately left. Obviously, they were used to the old man's anger because they often came here to create a smoke screen. However, after the group of people left the store, they immediately frowned. That senior said that someone bought a treasure? That's strange. Currently, the various overlords are all preparing for the final golden fleece flower. It has been a long time since anyone bought treasures, especially the first 3 types of treasures. Should I inform the leader? Okay, you go and inform them. I'll follow them. That group of people immediately rushed out of the main hall and looked outside. They saw that in the distance of the platform, more than 10 figures were leaving along the steps. It must be that group of people. The leader has sent a mission, follow them immediately. Next, that group of people quietly followed the group in front of them. Taneo, I sense that someone is following us. However, that group of people were not weaklings. Each of them had a divine artifact on them and cultivated powerful theology. Therefore, they were able to detect it immediately. Fuck those bastards. The leader immediately scolded. However, the person beside him frowned and asked, what should we do now? We can't bring them over. Otherwise, we will disturb the leader's gathering. Although we are not afraid of them now, the ancient dragon wasteland is in deep trouble. If the God-Slayer Alliance is entangled with the 10 overlords, it will be difficult to gather any more treasures. Moreover, after 3 million people enter, the Heaven Alliance of the 10 overlords will be very powerful. If they target us, it will be difficult for us to fight them. Those people continued to speak. The leader's eyes were filled with disarray and he was hesitant. Luo Wuchang, Zhuang Yanming, Zhong Jin, we will lure them away. Wu Jiang, you and the rest of the people sneak back and give the treasures to the leader. Yes. This is not good. How about I go and lure them away? Yes. All right, let's stop talking nonsense. That group of people might just be a small alliance. You guys go first, and after we've dealt with them, we'll find you guys. Yes. Okay, you must be careful. Yes. Finally, the 2 groups of people quietly separated. One group of people sneaked into the ground with the help of a divine weapon and quickly moved forward. The other group of people continued to move forward slowly, attracting the attention of those who were following them. These people don't seem to be very strong. Attack! Attack! After that, the group of people who were following them finally surfaced and blocked the path of Tianao and the rest. Which alliance are you from? Why do you have so many golden fleece flower? I will give you a chance. Tell us your alliance and I will let you join us. Attack! After blocking Tianao and the rest, a one-eyed man smiled faintly. Hee, may I know which alliance you are from? Attack! Tianao and the rest did not attack but asked about the other party's background. Listen carefully, kid. We are from Fengyun Tower. Attack! The one-eyed man in the lead said with a proud smile. Fengyun Tower, one of the 10 overlords, used to be the overlord with the most people. However, the number of people in this alliance had been greatly surpassed by the Heaven Alliance. When Tianao and the rest first arrived, Fengyun Tower almost wanted to recruit them. So you are from Fengyun Tower. Attack! Tianao's lips curled up. He knew that things were going to be troublesome. After all, if it was a small alliance, it would be easy for him to destroy it. However, if it was Fengyun Tower, it would be difficult. This alliance had a large number of people. If there was a clash, it would definitely shake the ancient dragon wasteland. At that time, the God-Slayer Alliance would also surface. So, what do you think? The one-eyed man spread out his hands. Although his words sounded polite, there was a hint of authority that could not be resisted. Hee, since it is Fengyun Tower, we will accept it. Tian Ao first smiled. After he finished speaking, he immediately unleashed his strength. Close to 2,000 world speed, he instantly reached the one-eyed man and slashed out with the tiger god's giant saber. 90% of ancestors' power. Rumble. The one-eyed man's face changed drastically and he frantically retreated. However, one of his arms was still cut off. Looking at the rest, they were no match for Tian Ao and the rest and were killed one by one. Divine weapon. Everyone has a divine weapon. Sir, that is the mountain-shattering tyrannical skill. It costs 20,000 golden fleece flower and they actually bought it. Unless they are the leaders of some alliance, how can they have so many golden fleece flower? Kill. Chapter 39:10. At the edge of the ancient dragon desolate land. Stop them. Kill. The one-eyed man held his broken arm and roared. He then rushed into the encirclement and ran away. Damn it, he ran away. Kill. Tian Ao and the rest immediately looked pale. They then killed the group of people in front of them and disappeared on the spot. In the distance, the one-eyed man was running wildly. Blood was dripping from his shoulder. Leader, this is bad. That group of people is very powerful. Kill. At the same time, he sent a message back to Fengyun Tower. You have a half-step to martial god in your group. How can you not be a match for them? Kill. A voice came from the other side. They are not weak. They have many divine weapons and divine skills. I guess they are the leaders of the alliance. This is the scene that I have just recorded. Leader look. Tisk. They're really rich. If they're the big leaders, then that's normal. What I'm most afraid of is that they're not the big leaders, which means that their alliance is not to be underestimated. Wait, I have an impression of those people. You know that I cultivate the 9 formless grand magic, so my memory is the most profound. I've seen people before, I've heard of people before. I'm sure I've seen them before. That's right. That's right, it was 2 months ago, it's that group of newcomers. TSD. Amazing, the ancient dragon wasteland is a place where the weak are eliminated. This group of people has actually grown to this level. I'm sure that they definitely have a lot of golden fleece flower. Now, which direction did they run to? Chase, we must find their headquarters. Kill. Leader, they are running to the north of the poison dragon forest. All right, inform the people over there to surround and capture them. Hee, although our Fengyun Tower doesn't have the most people, we are still ranked second among the 10 overlords. Our people are everywhere, let's see how they can escape. Kill. After the conversation, Fengyun Tower's attention fell on Tian Ao and the rest. At that moment, Tian Ao and the rest were running wildly. Luo Wuchang was holding a whistle in his mouth. It was a divine weapon. When he blew it gently, there was a fluctuation in front of him. A large number of small objects flew back at the speed of 3,000 miles. When they landed on Luo Wuchang's body, he took a closer look and found that they were actually bees. Obviously, they were used to scout the way. After Luo Wuchang investigated a bit, he immediately said, Tian Ao, not good, Fengyun Lu is targeting us, nearby, a large number of people are chasing us. Immediately turn around and don't follow Wujiang. Don't alert the Fengyun Tower to the Godslayer Alliance. Boss is currently harvesting and has reached a critical moment. Don't disturb him. Good. The few of them ran madly through the forest, but as soon as they disappeared, a large number of people immediately chased after them. Bastard, you sure run fast. When we catch up to you, we'll definitely break your legs. After those people appeared, they immediately cursed angrily. The leader also had a divine weapon and was very strong. He was an expert on the heavenly stairway and was one of the new students of the 36th college. He was ranked 5th and was called Gu Xingba. He was also one of the leaders of Fengyun Tower. As one of the overlords, Fengyun Tower had many leaders. Of course, the current 10 overlords each had as many experts as there were clouds in the sky, and there were many leaders. On the other side, when Wu Jiang returned to the area where the God-Slayer Alliance was located, Chen Ting and the rest immediately surrounded him. Chen Ting frowned and asked, "Where are Tianao and the rest?" Wu Jiang immediately told them what had happened. Fengyun Tower? Damn it, how dare they challenge the God-Slayer Alliance? After hearing this, Chen Wu was immediately enraged. Currently, the God-Slayer Alliance was not afraid of Feng Yun Tower. It could be said that other than the Heaven Alliance, the God-Slayer Alliance was not afraid of any other overlords. However, the God-Slayer Alliance was different from the other overlords. The God-Slayer Alliance was crazily harvesting at the last moment and did not want to cause any trouble. Should we inform Lin Ling about this? Wu Jiang then looked at Chen Ting and asked. Chen Ting frowned and finally shook her head. Let's wait. It's not good to disturb Lin Ling because of Tianao and the rest. After all, the God-Slayer Alliance has 30,000 people now. I'll immediately gather my men and go outside to help Tianao and the rest. Go! Remember, don't let the news get out. Lin Ling naturally did not know about this. He was still crazily harvesting in this area. This was because the number of golden fleece flowers in this area had exceeded his imagination. There were more than 20 million of them. This was a huge sum of money. However, as time passed, the golden fleece flowers in this area were finally harvested by Lin Ling. Lin Ling did not stop and continued to head to a new area. Another 10 million. Next, 30 million. Finally, Lin Ling arrived at the place with the greatest harvest. It was probably the place with the most golden fleece flowers in the entire ancient dragon wasteland. This place was also called a forbidden area. This was because this was the Dead Sea. The Black Sea seemed to be motionless and gave off a heart-palpitating aura. Because of this, there was basically no one in the vicinity. Lin Ling stood at the edge of the Dead Sea and frowned as he looked into the distance. The border of the ancient dragon wasteland? If Lin Ling said that he was the most familiar with the ancient dragon wasteland, no one would dare to say that he was number 2. This was because Lin Ling had already explored the entire ancient dragon wasteland. Is the dragon tribe over there? While Lin Ling was harvesting, he was also searching for the dragon tribe. As of now, this was the only place that Lin Ling had not explored. Rumble. At this moment, the motionless Dead Sea in front of him suddenly roiled. Then, a huge black dragon swam out, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Its ferocious aura was monstrous. However, upon closer inspection, this was not a black dragon. It was a huge vine plant. The plants in this Dead Sea were obviously even more terrifying. Calamity-destroying Sun Bao. Bang! Seeing this, Lin Ling immediately roared and the calamity-destroying Sun Bao appeared in his hand. He shot it out fiercely. At this moment, although Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased, compared to the others, his improvement was actually the slowest. This was because he had not bought anything on a large scale. If he did, his strength would increase by more than 10 times. After the black and white arrow was shot, Lin Ling lightly stomped his feet on the ground. Almost at the same time, little Kunlun on his left arm swam into the ground and dived into the Dead Sea. Rumble! An even more terrifying black vine suddenly exploded and occupied the entire Dead Sea in front of him. Then, it wrapped around the black dragon-like vine. Next, the black and white arrow finally reached its target and pierced through the main vine. Bang bang bang! That vine was instantly shot to death. Of course, this was mostly with the help of little Kunlun. Little Kunlun wrapped around the black dragon-like vine, making it unable to resist at all. In the end, it was killed by the arrow. Chapter 39:11. Trial Taker. The Dead Sea's trees were even more powerful, and there were more of them. After all, no one had ever entered this place before. Clang clang clang. Although Lin Ling's strength did not increase, he had many treasures in his hands. Relying on his defense, he was not afraid of being devoured by the trees. A huge flower bud suddenly rushed out from the sea. Then, the petals closed, and like a huge mouth, it swallowed Lin Ling. Bang bang bang. Soon, the flower bud exploded as if it was struck by lightning. A young man in blue armor walked out slowly with 2 swords in his hands. He was Lin Ling. Looking at his appearance, he was completely unscathed. Lin Ling roared into the sky. With the fusion of talents, his strength increased greatly. Slash! Slash! He slashed with the 2 swords in his hands. On the ground, the Dead Sea suddenly rolled, and countless plants were cut down. Then Lin Ling shot towards the Dead Sea. Sword light flashed, and the Dead Sea was stirred up into a mess. Large amounts of plant debris flew up into the sky. However, there were too many trees in the Dead Sea. They swam along the sea. Looking from the sky, it was black and constantly wriggling. It made one's scalp tingle. Seeing this, Lin Ling floated up and slowly put away the two swords. A mysterious translucent talisman suddenly appeared in his left hand. The talisman was carved with mysterious runes, but it emitted a terrifying aura. The aura was so strong that it was the power of the steps of the gods. Moreover, it was even more terrifying than Lin Ling's steps of wisdom. This was the second most powerful divine weapon, the curse of the gods. Its power was similar to Lin Ling's steps of wisdom. It was a seal. Seal. Lin Ling carefully looked at the mysterious runes in his hand. Finally, he gently patted the Dead Sea. Without a sound, the ocean of death instantly became silent. All of the desolate trees became motionless. All of the power was sealed, even the ocean of death was sealed. This part of the world was completely sealed. What a powerful curse. It's much stronger than my steps of wisdom. Lin Ling looked at the Dead Sea below him and gasped. Terrifying. It was truly a terrifying sigil. Who knew which god's masterpiece it was? It was actually able to compress the divine stairs into a curse. In the next moment, Lin Ling's right palm appeared. His soul force fused with his world essence, and even a wisp of Buddha god energy from the heavenly dragon bone entered his palm. His palm became redder and redder. Upon closer inspection, there was actually a Buddha that appeared there, mysterious and profound. Bodhi Enlightenment Divine Palace, Red Bodhi Scripture Heavenly Venerable Shu, 6 Paths of 10,000 Movement Controlling Wind and Cloud. Lin Ling slammed his palm into the ocean of death, causing the winds and clouds of the 6 paths to move. Upon closer inspection, a fiery red palm slammed down from the sky. Before it landed, the ocean of death had already exploded. Following that, a gigantic Buddha's palm appeared above the ocean. It was actually several thousand miles wide. Boom, boom. When the crimson palm completely slammed down, all the water in the ocean of death flowed backwards. All the desolate trees below Lin Ling moved, and then everything turned into nothingness. How terrifying! He had killed countless martial gods with a single palm strike. This was indeed a top-notch divine ability of the theology category. The power of God is definitely in the 20% range. Lin Ling also became excited. This was also the first time he had tested the power of this divine ability, and the result had undoubtedly shocked him. From the looks of it, his chances of winning the battle 3 years later had greatly increased. If my heavenly dragon bone talent increases again, coupled with the increase of my soul force, the power would probably be even stronger. Lin Ling grinned. Currently, many of his techniques were very high-level divine abilities and martial arts. Step of Wisdom, Bodhi Testimony Divine Technique, Great Calamity Destroying Sun Bao. In addition, he still had the unactivated Tyrannical Song Sword and the True Inheritance Dark Sword. Kill. Following that, Lin Ling rushed into the ocean. The two-handed sword appeared again and killed all the remaining desolate trees. Little Kunlun was also helping. It transformed into a huge forest, and its speed of killing was even faster than Lin Ling's. After a long time, Little Kunlun appeared on Lin Ling's shoulder and shook its vines at Lin Ling, looking extremely happy. Your strength has also greatly increased. Thank you for this period of time. After finishing this business, we should also stop. Lin Ling stroked Little Kunlun and said with a faint smile. The large area of golden fleece flower in the ancient dragon desolate land had been mostly harvested. The remaining area was about 100,000 in size, and Lin Ling was no longer interested in it. Therefore, he planned to immediately head to God's store after harvesting the golden fleece flower in the Dead Sea. Because he also knew that the golden fleece flower had a time limit. If all the treasures in God's store were bought, then no matter how many golden fleece flowers he had, it would be useless. For example, the curse of gods from before had been bought by Lin Ling. However, If he was a bit slower, he was afraid that it would have been snatched away by others. It was a competition of whose speed was faster. Hee, you are the third person to come to the empty spirit Dead Sea. Just as Lin Ling was about to harvest, 3 figures suddenly appeared in the sky, smiling at Lin Ling. Lin Ling frowned. Someone? Lin Ling couldn't help but look over and realized that the 3 people were very strong. However, what surprised Lin Ling was that these 3 people were wearing very ordinary clothes, as if they were passers-by. This also gave Lin Ling a sense of familiarity. He seemed to have seen this kind of ordinariness before. The first person to arrive here, he looked at the shore of the Dead Sea for a long time and finally left. The second person to arrive here, he flew across the Dead Sea sky, but in the end, he was entangled by the endless barren trees, and he also left in the end. And you, the third person to reach this place, the person who destroyed 70% of the Dead Sea's desolate trees. However, it isn't easy for the desolate trees of the ocean of death to grow. If you kill them like this, aren't you afraid of being punished by God? The 3 of them smiled as they spoke. Their words were filled with arrogance. None of your business. However, Lin Ling also smiled and reprimanded him. What? Hearing this, the 3 people were tongue-tied. This guy actually scolded them? They couldn't help but be stunned because when a normal person saw them, they would definitely be cautious and respectful. Who would be so rude like this kid? Are you looking for death? One of them was angry. He narrowed his eyes and looked indifferently at Lin Ling. Senior brother, don't waste time with him. Teach him a lesson. The other 2 obviously couldn't hold back and wanted to attack immediately. They looked slightly older than Lin Ling, but their strength was stronger than Lin Ling's. They were comparable to the 9 states' 10 martial gods. This kind of strength, even in the final world, was an extremely terrifying existence. However, Lin Ling was not afraid at all. A wisp of smoke suddenly appeared in his hand, and then he ignited it and burned it, forming a thick smoke that filled the air. The 3 people were about to attack Lin Ling, but after smelling the smoke, their expressions changed greatly. Damn, isn't this the Lord's tobacco? What's going on? The 3 people were in disbelief. Your senior sister, Sister Tsuhua, gave it to me. Of course, your lord, that old man Curishin, probably also knows about this. Chapter 39:12. The Last Stroke. Previously, he was still wondering where he had seen these people's clothes before. Later on he remembered. Wasn't this the Curishin side? Therefore, he immediately guessed that these 3 people were the trial takers. Speaking of which, the trial takers were really elusive. The ancient dragon wasteland was in deep water and they were nowhere to be seen. He also did not know what mission the old Curishin had arranged for them. Curishin, that old man, you dare to insult the Lord. Junior brother, don't be rash. This guy has the Lord's tobacco. He probably knows the Lord. Just him? The 3 people were still looking at Lin Ling foolishly. That's right, I know your family's lord. Furthermore, I've fished in your family for 3 months. Your family's lord also ate my fish for 3 months for free. I haven't settled the score with him yet. Lin Ling chuckled and waved the tobacco in his hand. So it's one of us. May I know how to address you? The 3 people rolled their eyes. They were also shrewd people. They knew that Lin Ling must have a good relationship with the Curishin. Otherwise, with the Curishin's fierce attitude towards outsiders, how could he give him the tobacco? Therefore, they could not afford to offend such a person. Lin Ling, Lei Gong's trial taker. Lin Ling did not hide anything. So you're Lin Ling. I've long heard of you. The 3 people were stunned for a moment, then they all burst out laughing. Their strength was obviously much stronger than Lin Ling. That was because they were trial takers who had completed more than 5 missions. As for Lin Ling, he still only had 2 missions. However, Lin Ling's speed of completing missions was very fast. Therefore, they had all heard of Lin Ling. After chatting for a while, the 3 of them became familiar with Lin Ling. After drinking with them, Lin Ling immediately asked about the other side of the ocean of death. However, when they mentioned this, their expressions turned serious. They told Lin Ling that the depths of the Dead Sea was on the other side of the Kaiyuan River, and there were indeed dragons there. However, the dragon clan was no small matter. If a human were to enter, they would definitely die. Lin Ling quickly nodded, but he had Lei Gong's handwritten letter in his hands, so he wasn't afraid. And when they heard that Lin Ling was going to deliver the letter, moreover, it was for Lei Gong, those three people didn't try to persuade him anymore. Instead, they looked as if they regretted not having met earlier. They held Lin Ling's arm and said, "If anything happens in the ancient dragon wasteland, burn the smoke, we will immediately come to help you." Obviously, they knew that Lin Ling was important in Lei Gong's heart. Although Lin Ling was still weak at the moment, he could not be underestimated in the future. "Thank you, brothers." Lin Ling naturally wouldn't reject this favor. Next, the three of them had tasks to do, so they quickly bid farewell and left. After they left, Lin Ling also released little Kunlun and began to crazily excavate the sea. The evil ghost jellyfish was like a fish in water in the ocean of death, constantly weaving in and out. This is a real treasure land. Just here alone, there are 10 million golden fleece flowers. Here, 30 million. Giant ghost, we are going to be rich. This is the biggest fortune. Under the continuous excavation, the harvest of the golden fleece flowers also increased steadily. Finally, it reached 120 million. In addition to Lin Ling's harvest, there were a total of 170 million. This made Lin Ling, who was floating on the ocean of death, completely stunned. In fact, he almost went crazy. In the following trip to God's shop, he was going to crazily loot. After a long time, Lin Ling took a deep look at the ocean of death and returned with a full load. After spending 2 hours, Lin Ling once again arrived at the God Slayer Alliance's location. At this moment, the God Slayer Alliance was clearing the remaining golden fleece flowers on the ground. When the leaders saw Lin Ling return, they were all smiling. During this period, how is the ancient dragon wasteland? Lin Ling was also in a good mood, but he still asked casually. All the 100 alliances have been absorbed and devoured. Among them, one of the 10 overlords, the land of eternal rest, suffered a huge blow. Everyone left the ancient dragon wasteland and was eliminated. The 10 overlords have become the 9 overlords. One of the 10 overlords, the Freedom Sword Alliance and the Northern Dragon Ice Nation Alliance clashed, and both sides suffered great losses. Currently, the strongest are the Heaven Alliance and the Immortal Demon Alliance. Originally, the Immortal Demon Alliance wasn't enough to be ranked second, but I heard that the Immortal Demon Alliance exchanged for a divine fetus body. Qin Ting and the rest spoke one after another. That's a big change. But what about the Immortal Demon Alliance? Lin Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. That was the alliance that Yuer was in. Now it was time to find her. I heard that the divine fetus body exchanged for by the Immortal Demon Alliance is extremely powerful and has the power of dual cultivation. It can greatly increase the strength of both sides. Currently, it has been snatched by the Saintess of the Immortal Temple. Therefore, all the heroes of the major forces want to get close to the Saintess. This is because it is said that if they are lucky, they can obtain the divine fetus body through dual cultivation with the Saintess. Lu Chen and the white-haired man also walked over from afar with smiles on their faces. So powerful. Hearing this, Lin Ling was shocked. Then, the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. Dual cultivation? It had been a long time since he had dual cultivated with senior sister Yu. In Lin Ling's heart, Yuer clearly belonged to him. Lin Ling had the confidence to do so, especially now that he had a strong army, rich and powerful. Among the 10 overlords, the Sky Alliance is still number 1 and the Immortal Demon Alliance is number 2. The other overlords have either retreated or are injured. I'm afraid that the ancient dragon desolate land will be divided into 3. Next, Lin Ling lamented. He knew that there must have been many battles in the ancient dragon desolate land. Who cares? Lin Ling, how's your harvest at the Death Sea? I heard that the Sky Alliance has already set their sights on the Death Sea and will be here soon. Moreover, the Sky Alliance has already noticed something. This is because every time they go to a place, their harvest is extremely small. This makes them suspect that someone has beaten them to it. The white-haired man looked at Lin Ling and said, "Haha, they are too late." Speaking of this, Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh out loud. The pitiful Sky Alliance. The entire ancient dragon desolate land had been plundered by Lin Ling. What was left for them were only leftovers. The harvest at the Death Sea is the biggest in the ancient dragon desolate land. If the Sky Alliance wants to go to the Death Sea, they will only be able to pick up a strand of hair. Lin Ling waved his right hand and a large number of golden fleece flower floated out and landed on the ground. Everyone was shocked. There were too many. Densely packed, the radiance even shot up to the sky and lit up the sky. So far, I've harvested more than 170 million trees. Seeing that Lu Chen and the rest were dumbfounded, Lin Ling said with a smile. Swoosh swoosh. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. 170 million. If they took 30%, that would be close to 60 million. Chapter 39:13. Destroy Wind Cloud Tower. Haha, awesome. Lu Chen and the others could no longer hold back their laughter. Lin Ling also gave out all the golden fleece flowers that belonged to them, leaving 120 million for himself. No one was jealous or envious of this. Lin Ling, you must buy one of the 4 great inherited treasures. Lu Chen looked at Lin Ling expectantly. In response, Lin Ling nodded heavily. However, he also looked at Lu Chen and said, "Old brother Lu Chen, I'm afraid I'll have to use your name to buy this treasure. I don't want too many people to know that I bought the inheritance of a god." "All right, I'll go with you then." Lu Chen thought that Lin Ling didn't want to be a thorn in someone's side. As a matter of fact, Lin Ling did not want to reveal too much. If the others knew he had bought the god's succession treasure, Martial God Wenin would surely interfere with the destined battle. "Lin Ling, should we continue collecting?" At this moment, Chen Ting suddenly spoke softly. Lin Ling shook his head and said, "There are only tens of thousands of golden fleece flower left. It takes time to collect them, so I won't collect them. Plus, we have to buy the treasures in the shop of God as soon as possible. It would be bad if someone else bought them." That, Tianao and the rest had been captured by Fengyun Tower. Chen Ting finally spoke. She had always been afraid of disturbing Lin Ling, so she had never mentioned this matter. "When did this happen? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Hearing this, Lin Ling frowned. "I didn't say anything because I didn't want to disturb the leader's collection." Chen Ting immediately lowered her head and said, looking extremely wronged. Upon seeing her expression, Lin Ling also held back from scolding her. However, he also turned his gaze toward everyone from the God Slayer Alliance. Everyone's gazes were burning, and it was as if a storm was brewing. Obviously, for the sake of keeping the peace, they had fled quite a bit during this period of time. "All right, our mission is complete. It's time to vent. Remember, following me, Lin Ling, is not to be a tortoise. You can endure for a while, but it's absolutely impossible for you to endure for a lifetime. Let's go to Fengyun Pavilion," Lin Ling said as he looked into the distance. Hearing those words, everyone's spirits were shaken. "Lin Ling, what are you trying to do?" Lu Chen asked with a frown. "Destroy them." Lin Ling had already taken large strides forward as he enunciated each word clearly. Hearing this, everyone gasped. Although they had already guessed it, they didn't expect that Lin Ling was really going to destroy it. One had to know that with this destruction, the God Slayer Alliance would definitely surface and face the various overlords. As for the other overlords, it wasn't a big deal. The main reason was still the Sky Alliance because it was formed from the combination of the Sky Alliance and the Elite Alliance. Moreover, it even had over 3 million experts. Once targeted by them, the God Slayer Alliance would definitely be in danger. However, as the crowd watched Lin Ling stride forward, smiles appeared on their faces. Since their leader had agreed, what else did they have to worry about? Destroy them! Everyone shouted loudly. Among them, there were many martial god realm experts. Their voices were mighty. This also stunned Lu Chen and the other expert. Then, they revealed excited smiles because they realized that even the 9 prefectures' 10 evils were shouting loudly. That little guy unified so many old monsters, but he didn't feel any pressure at all. Even the two of us have become his subordinates. Lu Chen and the other expert looked at each other and smiled bitterly. However, the suppressed anger in their hearts erupted like a volcano at this moment. Fengyun Pavilion, you've provoked someone you shouldn't have. The majestic crowd rushed toward the direction of Fengyun Tower. At present, the God Slayer Alliance's members had completely expanded from 30,000 to 60,000 elites. This time, the God Slayer Alliance didn't hide their strength anymore. However, there were also many people in Fengyun Pavilion. Therefore, before the God Slayer Alliance got close, they were immediately discovered. Which alliance do you belong to? This is already Fengyun Pavilion's territory. Someone looked at the sky and frowned. His voice was like thunder. There were many experts from Fengyun Pavilion nearby. At this moment, they were killing barren trees and drinking wine. When they saw the mighty crowd in the distance, they were first stunned. Then, they laughed disdainfully and said, "Those people are really a bunch of idiots. They know that this is our territory, but they still came here." However, as soon as they finished speaking, a terrifying gust of wind blew over. Countless rays of light illuminated the area. Upon closer inspection, it was a huge effect caused by tens of thousands of people attacking at the same time. What? The experts from Fengyun Pavilion all opened their mouths wide and even began to tremble. What was going on? After that group of people arrived, they attacked them without saying anything? Moreover, it seemed like they were trying to kill them. Wasn't this completely provoking Fengyun Pavilion? Are you courting death? We are from Fengyun Pavilion. This time, there were more than 1,000 people led by a junior leader. At this moment, they were all panicking. Unfortunately, what answered them was countless powerful attacks. Rumble. The entire ground exploded and thousands of people were sent flying. Some were dead and some were injured. Those who were still alive all sat on the ground, their faces filled with shock. You are all crazy. The junior leader was still alive and he was undoubtedly furious. Until now, he still did not know why the other party had attacked them. He also did not know where they came from. Rumble. However, what welcomed them was a huge black and white arrow that flew along the ground. Even a martial god would not dare to take such a powerful attack head-on. The junior leader was not weak. He was a half-step to martial god, but he did not dare to take it head-on. Oh my god! He shouted. He had just run 1,000 miles away when he was killed by the arrow. This. The remaining people were all scared out of their wits. They knelt down and kowtowed continuously. As for the group of experts in the distance, they had also arrived. The leader was a young man in a blue robe. He carried a huge sword on his back and his long hair fluttered in the wind. However, his face was filled with anger. Where is Tianao? He was Lin Ling. Those who knelt down were confused. Tianao? What the hell is that? How dare you? What alliance are you from? Do you know the consequences of challenging us in public? However, there were also people who thought of their own origins and immediately shouted angrily. Consequences? We would like to know the consequences. Let me tell you, we are from the God Slayer Alliance. The 9th God's Eye, who was standing beside Lin Ling, said coldly, God Slayer Alliance? Didn't this alliance run away? Why did you come back? Are you rebelling? Kneel down and admit your mistake. If you anger Fengyun Tower, all of you will die. That person was stunned for a moment and became even more furious. Of course, he had heard of the God Slayer Alliance. It was a rapidly rising alliance. However, the God Slayer Alliance was only arrogant in the 100 alliances. When faced with the 10 overlords, the God Slayer Alliance was like a tortoise. Moreover, although there were rumors that the God Slayer Alliance had formed an alliance with the Creation Alliance, it was still a rumor. Chapter 39:14. I am the great leader of the God Slayer Alliance. After all, Fengyun Tower was one of the 10 overlords. Apologize? Lin Ling smiled. His smile was extremely cold. Previously, he already knew that Tianao and the others had been missing for quite some time. That was why Lin Ling was so furious. Obviously, Fengyun Tower wanted to know what kind of alliance Tianao and the others were in. However, after so long, Fengyun Tower did not come looking for them. This meant that Tianao and the others did not say anything at all. During this process, Lin Ling could guess that Tianao and the rest must have suffered inhumane torture. A bunch of trash. Destroy them all. Lin Ling's rage soared to the heavens as he waved his hand. Rumble. The experts behind him attacked one after another, bombarding those scum until nothing was left. To Fengyun Tower, Lin Ling immediately moved forward again. In the distance, many people who were harvesting the golden fleece flower were in disbelief when they saw this. The God-Slayer Alliance was provoking Fengyun Tower? Who didn't know how powerful Fengyun Tower was? In the past, it was the overlord with the most people in the ancient dragon wasteland. They immediately felt that the ancient dragon desolate land was going to be cleansed again. They just didn't know which overlord would be left behind this time. Lin Ling didn't know where Fengyun Tower's big boss was. However, he guessed that Fengyun Tower should be like the God-Slayer Alliance, occupying a huge area. Then, with the main boss outside, all the big bosses were in the center. Therefore, if they followed the path ahead, they would definitely be able to find the great leader of Wind Cloud Tower. And that was indeed the case. Along the way, they encountered even more people from Wind Cloud Tower. Who allowed you to enter this area? Who are you? The experts of Fengyun Tower were all stunned because this was too sudden. Of course, what made them feel surprised was yet to come. Destroy it? Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to waste any more words. He directly ordered his subordinates to attack, and that group of people was eradicated again. God-Slayer Alliance. Finally, a leader appeared, and his strength was at the martial god realm. He arrived with thousands of people and glared angrily at Lin Ling. His subordinates were all well-equipped and they were all half-step to martial god realm experts. Which one of you is the leader? Get the hell out here. I want to see what kind of person this leader is. We didn't destroy the God-Slayer Alliance, but you're actually trying to bully us? The leader roared furiously. His aura was like a violent storm, extremely terrifying. Our leader is not someone you can meet just because you want to. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a figure leaped over from the front, and a giant palm slammed towards him. Rumble. The strength of this slap was incomparably terrifying. It actually directly knocked the leader to the ground, and he fell flat on his face. And the thousands of people below him were all stunned at this moment. Their leader couldn't even block a single attack from someone else? Rebel. Your God-Slayer Alliance is courting death. You're pushing yourselves into the fire. The leader had a few teeth knocked out. At this moment, he crawled to his feet. His eyes were red as he cursed angrily. This was because he had been beaten to the point of losing his temper. You think you're worthy? However, this time Lin Ling spoke. He activated the Step of Wisdom, and a crimson light burst out from his right hand. Then, he looked at the leader and slammed his palm down. Late-stage martial ancestor realm? When the leader sensed Lin Ling's attack, he instantly laughed disdainfully. However, as soon as he laughed, the Step of Wisdom sealed his strength. Then, with a single slap, he was smashed into a meat patty. Even the divine armor on his body was shattered. In the face of 20% of the divine power, the defensive divine armor of the ancestral power was simply not enough. A first-stage martial god expert had fallen here. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. This scared the thousands of people so much that they all knelt down with pale faces. It should be known that they were no longer the same as when they had just arrived. Every one of them had greatly increased their strength, martial skills, and divine armor. Not to mention their leader. However, even such a leader had been smashed into a meat patty with a single slap? They were convinced. They were all convinced. Join the God-Slayer Alliance, and you can still live. Seeing the thousands of people kneeling on the ground, Lu Chen immediately said coldly. This was also the style of the ancient dragon wasteland. The weak would be devoured, and the strong alliance would become stronger. Join, we will join. All of them kowtowed. Let me ask you one question. Where is Tianao of the God-Slayer Alliance? Lu Chen asked again. My lord, we really don't know who Tianao is. During this period, there have been many people joining Fengyun Tower. How can we remember so many people? My lord, Fengyun Tower has a leader who is extremely powerful. He has a photographic memory and can remember people he has met 10,000 years ago. He must know. Those people shouted loudly. Lead the way. Lin Ling quietly listened to them. He knew that finding Tian Ao and the others was the priority now. Moreover, Lin Ling had been collecting golden fleeced flowers for a long time. Therefore, the God Slayer Alliance had been waiting patiently. However, this time, the God Slayer Alliance no longer needed to collect them. Therefore, let's see who is still unconvinced. Unconvinced? Beat them until they are convinced. Demon on demon? Let's devour Fengyun Tower now. What? The God Slayer Alliance is here? While Lin Ling and the others were rushing toward Fengyun Tower, most of the leaders of Fengyun Tower also received the news. Without a doubt, they were all dumbfounded. When did the God Slayer Alliance become so bold? Ever since the ancient dragon wasteland was completely reshuffled, the God Slayer Alliance had disappeared without a trace. Ah, good timing. Somewhere in this area, one of the leaders sneered. I heard that the God Slayer Alliance also has quite a number of golden fleeced flowers. Since they took the initiative to send themselves to us, they are taking advantage of us. Obviously, he still thought that his alliance was the Overlord and the God Slayer Alliance was just 100 alliances. Guys, prepare to meet the enemy. After that, he issued an order and called for his subordinates to come. One had to admit that Fengyun Tower was indeed huge. A leader like him already had 10,000 experts under his command. Of course, when he saw more people coming from afar, his previous excitement disappeared completely. This was because the God Slayer Alliance had more people than him and their aura was much stronger. He even saw the 9 prefectures' 10 evils, who were the founding members of the alliance. The reason why he was so clear was that he was the leader who practiced the 9 phaseless technique. He would never forget the people he had seen and heard of. And he had seen Lu Chen and the others before, so he naturally recognized them. This made him completely dumbfounded. However, Lin Ling did not have the time to care about this group of people who were in a daze. He looked coldly at this group of experts and shouted angrily, "Where is Tian Ao?" Tian Ao. The leader recalled Lin Ling's words and immediately remembered. Wasn't that the person he had captured not long ago? He is with the big leader. He hurriedly shouted and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. He asked, "May I know who you are?" At this moment, his heart was filled with suspicion and curiosity. From the position of the advisor, the blue-robed young man seemed to have a high status. However, he had never heard of such a young man. He was not as famous as Lu Chen, the 9 Lanterns Fish. Chapter 39:15. Wind Cloud Tower had arrived. Boom! The leader's heart exploded when he heard this, and the people behind him were shocked as well. This was because they all knew that the God Slayer Alliance had a leader behind the scenes. However, they had never imagined that it would actually be this young man before them. This was too unbelievable. Because they thought that Lu Chen was the leader of the 9 Lanterns Fish, and they even guessed that the expert from the Serpent Clan was the leader. However, they never expected that the leader was actually that young man. "It's you, I've seen you before, one of the newbies 3 months ago." The leader had cultivated the 9 formless great technique, so he immediately thought of Lin Ling. At that time, he used his status as a senior to recruit the group of newcomers, and Lin Ling was among them. However, he had never imagined that the newcomer from back then had already become a newcomer. Moreover, he was the leader of one of the 10 overlords. The great leader has arrived. At this moment, a large number of experts arrived from afar. Fengyun Tower, the entire alliance had been mobilized. All of them were half-step martial god realm experts. Moreover, they possessed a large number of treasures. Moreover, there were all kinds of people. There were young people and also 10,000-year-old monsters. The total number of people was actually more than 80,000. After they arrived, they immediately looked at the God Slayer Alliance with solemn expressions. They obviously hadn't expected the God Slayer Alliance to be so powerful. Especially since the powerhouses of the alliance were also present, they did not dare to act rashly. "Big leader is here." Many people from the Wind Cloud Pavilion exclaimed in a low voice. Amidst the 80,000 participants, a handsome young man slowly walked out. This man was extremely handsome, but his handsomeness was different from the others. He had a kind of masculine beauty, wielding a long halberd in his hand and clad in white armor. Behind his back, there were 3 silk banners. He resembled a divine general. And his name was Xianxia. Among the 36 academies, the newcomer king was ranked 3rd. However, his current strength had long surpassed many experts of the older generation, and he was ranked in the top 200 of the divine list. This was the result of him growing up in the Dragon Ancient Wasteland. Currently, not many people knew of his strength. Who is the leader of the God-Slayer Alliance? However, before Yang Xiaolong could say anything, someone beside him spoke up. This person's long hair fluttered in the wind and he exuded a domineering aura. He was the 5th-ranked newcomer king, Lone Star Ba. His strength had already entered the top 300 on the heavenly stairway. This was also the result of cultivating bitterly in the ancient dragon wasteland. I didn't expect the God-Slayer Alliance to have so many experts. I really underestimated you. However, you're looking for someone called Tianao, right? That Lone Star Tyrant was the leader who had captured Tianao and the others. He waved his hand. Bring them up. Immediately, someone brought Tianao and the others out. They were chained and their faces were dispirited. Moreover, both of their legs were broken. When they saw Lin Ling and the others, their dispirited eyes instantly lit up. The God-Slayer Alliance had arrived? They were all in disbelief. Looking at the miserable state of Tianao and the others, the people of God-Slayer Alliance were enraged. These guys are really stubborn. Even if they die, they won't tell us where they came from. If you guys hadn't come knocking on our door, I'm afraid we still wouldn't know that they're from the God-Slayer Alliance. Lone Star Ba said calmly as he swept his gaze over everyone in the God-Slayer Alliance. He knew that it wasn't a good idea to start a war with this alliance because both sides would suffer great losses. Everything that happened was a misunderstanding. Allow me to apologize. Our 2 hegemons will mind their own business and mind their own business. Then Lone Star Ba said word by word. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked back to the experts of Fengyun Tower. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that the one who spoke was Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling looked at Tianao and the others with anger in his eyes. Tianao and the others were captured for no reason and even had their legs broken. Now, they wanted to leave just because of an apology? What? Do you really want to start a war with us? Lone Star Ba suddenly stopped and sneered. He looked at Lin Ling and said, "Let me tell you, if we really start a war, both sides will suffer great losses and the other hegemons will benefit." What he said was indeed the truth. Although the God-Slayer Alliance wasn't afraid of Fengyun Tower, the God-Slayer Alliance wouldn't be safe if they eliminated Fengyun Tower. However, Lin Ling didn't care about him at all. He said calmly, "As long as you take 1 hit from me, I'll let you leave." What? Lone Star Ba's eyes suddenly narrowed and he couldn't help but laugh. Take 1 hit from you? Do you know who I am? His laughter caused the people under him to laugh as well. Lone Star Ba was now ranked in the top 300 on the stairway to heaven. He was more powerful than many of the older generation experts. That brat actually said that the other party could take 1 hit from him? After Lone Star Ba laughed, he said calmly, "Who do you think you are? What right do you have to speak?" He's the leader of the God-Slayer Alliance. What do you think? At this moment, before Lin Ling could speak, Lu Chen said calmly, "Leader?" Lone Star Ba and the others obviously didn't expect that the blue-robed young man to be their leader. Even the leader of Fengyun Tower frowned. He was very surprised by this matter. The God-Slayer Alliance was considered to have countless experts. Otherwise, they wouldn't be afraid. But now, the God-Slayer Alliance had chosen an ordinary-looking young man to be their leader. After Lone Star Ba recovered from his shock, he finally looked at Lin Ling. "Alright, since you have said so, I'll try taking 1 hit from you. However, I have to remind you that if you get injured, don't blame me." After he finished speaking, he exploded with an imposing aura. half-step martial god realm. A 9th-grade ultimate desolate body. His ancestral power had reached the realm of 100%, as expected of the 5th rookie king. His strength was indeed terrifying. Furthermore, after he sneered, he didn't wait for Lin Ling to make a move. He took the initiative to pounce at Lin Ling. His palm appeared behind him as light condensed. Countless rays of light surged towards Lone Star Ba from the sky. On his palm, the light became more and more dazzling. In the end, it turned into a light sphere with a radius of more than 10 meters. Within the light sphere, energy surged. Great Moon Heavenly Yuan Wave. It could stimulate one's ancestral power to the peak and display the absolute might of one's talent. That was because it was absorbing the power of the moon in the universe. When the huge light sphere appeared, countless experts found it difficult to breathe. Then, they released their techniques to block the incoming energy. That was because the huge light sphere kept releasing fist-sized light darts. Ordinary half-step martial gods couldn't block them at all. As for those at the peak of the martial ancestor realm, they would be directly penetrated and die. With Lone Star Ba's strength, it wasn't difficult for him to fight against an ordinary martial god realm old monster. Can't block it? Lone Star Ba's long hair fluttered as he revealed a disdainful smile. His cold eyes looked forward. Chapter 39:16. The Battle of the Great Leaders. All of Lone Star Tyrant's moonlight darts bounced off before they even got close. What? Lone Star Ba's eyes narrowed. That guy really had a lot of treasures on him. He was a little envious for a moment and couldn't wait to snatch those treasures. However, he soon sneered because his great lunar heavenly yuan wave was the truly terrifying existence. This guy is very strong. Chen Ting and the others narrowed their eyes as Lone Star Tyrant approached them. Chen Ting and Chen Wu were both members of the strongest circle in the Third God Hall. Therefore, based on Lone Star Tyrant's move, they knew that this person's strength was already at the top of the 3 million. That move, most likely even a martial god would not be able to block it. They couldn't help but look at Senior Lu Chen and the others. However, Senior Lu Chen and the others only had cold smiles on their faces. They didn't care at all. They knew that the armor Lin Ling was wearing was extremely powerful, able to resist 50% of the attacks of a half-martial god realm expert and 3 full-powered attacks of a first-layer martial god realm expert. Although the Great Moon Heavenly Yuan Wave was powerful, it couldn't break through Lin Ling's defense. Rumble. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the terrifying light wave finally struck Lin Ling. But in the end, Lin Ling just stood there, motionless. Instead, a crimson light appeared in his palm. Boom. Lin Ling patted him lightly, causing Lone Star Tyrant's eyes to narrow. However, he also roared, "You want to hurt me? Dream on." Since he was the leader, he naturally had countless treasures. However, what Lin Ling slapped out at him was the Bodhi Testimony Divine Art. Bang! This palm caused Lone Star Tyrant's armor to explode. Then blood gushed out of his body and he smashed into the ground. Looking at his legs again, they had been forcibly broken by Lin Ling. Silence. The surroundings were completely silent. One of Wind Cloud Tower's leaders had been defeated. Furthermore, this leader was ranked in the top 300 on the god list. "Milord." Gu Xingba's subordinates immediately rushed over, wanting to help Gu Xingba up. However, at this moment, Lin Ling also walked forward step by step. His gaze was cold as he looked at those subordinates. With just a glance, those subordinates did not dare to help and quietly retreated. "What do you want?" The Lone Star Tyrant sat on the ground and looked at Lin Ling with red eyes. However, he was already starting to panic in his heart. Bang! Lin Ling didn't say anything. He kicked out with great force, sending Lone Star Tyrant flying like a sandbag. Along the way, he knocked down countless experts. But in the end, Lone Star Tyrant was blocked by those experts, who wanted to help him up. However, Lin Ling had already walked over again. Bang! The Wind Cloud Tower's experts suddenly felt their legs go soft. They didn't dare to support the Lone Star Tyrant anymore and retreated. On the other hand, the Lone Star Tyrant who had just been supported fell to the ground again, looking extremely miserable. "Attack my people?" At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. Many people knew why Lin Ling crippled Lone Star Tyrant's legs. It was an eye for an eye. Enough. However, at this time, a cold voice interrupted Lin Ling. The one who spoke was no doubt Wind Cloud Tower's big leader, Xiaolong. At this moment, he was holding a halberd in his hand and his eyes were cold. Lin Ling hitting one of his men in front of him was, in fact, an insult to his dignity. It's been a long time since someone dared to beat up my people in front of me. It was impossible for Xiaolong to not come out. Because if he didn't speak, the entire Wind Cloud Tower would no longer believe him. Now, haven't you seen it? Lin Ling stopped walking and looked at Xiaolong indifferently. He obviously knew that there would be a battle between him and Wind Cloud Tower's big leader sooner or later. Because this was also a battle between leaders. You think I'm really afraid of you? I'm only afraid of Lu Chen and the others. Xiaolong's eyes were cold, but he also looked at Lu Chen and the other two leaders with fear. In fact, their Wind Cloud Tower was able to become one of the 10 overlords not because of their strength, but because of their numbers. They had gathered many experts from the 36 academies, including the new generation king and other outstanding talents. However, in a one-on-one battle, these people were no match for Lu Chen and the others. How about this, you and I fight? Whoever wins will have the right to annex the others. At this time, Lin Ling also spoke. Who do you think you are? Why should I fight? Obviously, Xiaolong thought that the God Extermination Alliance would send out Lu Chen for this battle. Therefore, he didn't want to fight. After speaking, he waved his hand and ordered his men to take Lone Star Tyrant away. Then he slowly turned around. Wind Cloud Tower's big leader, is this all you've got? After I stepped on your door and crippled your subordinates' legs, you, the big leader, can only run away like a tortoise? However, at this time, a figure shot towards Xiaolong with a speed exceeding 2,000 worlds. A sword seemed to fall from the sky and slash down ruthlessly. It was Lin Ling. Xiaolong didn't want to fight just because he said so? Lin Ling wouldn't agree to it. At this moment, Xiaolong's expression changed instantly and became extremely ugly. This big leader of the God Extermination Alliance was too much. Although they had captured Tian'ao, the God Extermination Alliance had also killed many of their men and crippled one of their big leaders. This matter should be even. However, the big leader of the God Extermination Alliance was still unwilling to give up and wanted to attack him. Tiger Halberd. However, the terrifying power behind him didn't allow Xiaolong to hesitate any longer. He pointed the halberd in his hand at the sky. Rumble. The boundary essence of the martial god realm burst out crazily. This was because Xiaolong was a first-level martial god realm expert. Ranked third in the newcomer king competition, his strength was indeed extraordinary. In fact, Xiaolong guessed that this move of his was enough to make Lin Ling retreat in the face of defeat. Bang! Bang! However, when the halberd and sword collided in the sky, they were actually evenly matched. Neither side took a step back. This caused the Fengyun Tower's people to widen their eyes in disbelief. Lin Ling held the tyrannical song sword in his hand and maintained the posture of slashing down. However, he said with contempt, I think you, ranked third in the newcomer king competition, is only SOSO. Hearing this, Xiaolong's face instantly flushed red and his eyes burned like fire. Big leader! The Fengyun Tower's people were shouting. However, Xiaolong roared, Get out of my way. Today, no one is allowed to stop me. Since he wants to die, I'll fulfill his wish. As soon as he finished speaking, the talent in his body finally erupted, forming a terrifying wave of air that rushed out. Lin Ling also used this momentum to retreat. He landed on the ground and looked at Xiaolong with a smile. This guy, now is the time to fight. Almost at the same time, a dazzling golden tiger soared into the sky and roared angrily in the forest. However, this wasn't the end. Another pure white, holy and flawless white lion rushed out and squatted in the sky, impenetrable by all evil. Finally, an ancient azure dragon appeared. It hovered in the sky and emitted a power that could control one's soul. The ultimate ninth-grade desolate physique, the tiger, lion, and dragon saint physique. Chapter 39:17. The true copy of Raging Thunder. I've finally gathered enough. An old man from Fengyun Tower exclaimed excitedly. The tiger, lion, and dragon saint physiques required one to possess the saint dragon, saint lion, and saint tiger physiques. Moreover, these three physiques were weak at the beginning. They were the fusion of the snake, cow, and dog physiques. However, as they continued to evolve, they gradually became the dragon, lion, and tiger physiques. After arriving at the ancient dragon desolate land, Yang Xiaolong purchased the blood essence of the saint dragon, saint lion, and saint tiger physiques and finally advanced to the saint physique. According to legend, one could even advance to the god realm in the end. After the three saint physiques appeared, Yang Xiaolong roared at the sky, causing the clouds to change color. Senior Lu Chen, look. The leader of the god-slaying alliance approached Lu Chen and Yang Xiaolong. He frowned and said, "Should we make a move? Let's take a look first." However, Lu Chen shook his head. At present, he had no idea what Lin Ling's strength was. After all, ever since they formed an alliance, Lin Ling had been collecting treasures and the god-slaying alliance had dealt with his opponents. However, Lu Chen believed that Lin Ling wasn't that simple. After Yang Xiaolong activated the three saint physiques, his aura rose steadily. Then, he sensed the respectful gazes around him and the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Now, the Fengyun Tower's members were even more respectful to him. The God-slaying alliance's members were even more respectful to him. He looked at Lin Ling with disdain and said, "Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Use your talent." "The current you isn't qualified for me to use my talent." Lin Ling shook his head calmly. The moment his words came out, the Fengyun Tower's members roared, mocking Lin Ling's ignorance. It was undeniable that Lin Ling, as the great leader of the God-slaying alliance, had some ability. However, Yang Xiaolong was also a great leader and his strength wasn't weak. In front of Yang Xiaolong, Lin Ling actually said that he wasn't qualified? Could it be that this mysterious great leader of the God-slaying alliance thought of himself as the #1 newcomer king? Yang Xiaolong was stunned. Then, he flew into a rage and attacked Lin Ling without another word. Long Yu Ao Tian. Under his feet, an azure dragon immediately appeared, carrying him towards Lin Ling with awe-inspiring might. His speed had reached 2,500 world speed. This speed was even faster than Lin Ling's current speed. Lin Ling tightened his grip on the tyrannical song sword in his hand. Just as he tightened his grip, Yang Xiaolong's fist arrived like the roar of a holy tiger. This was the punch of a first-level martial god. However, Lin Ling's fleshly body was strong, and his 6 dantians immediately merged together. Peak ancestral power was also ruthlessly slashed out. Clang. When the fists collided, the swords were like metal colliding. The two of them were actually evenly matched. This also made everyone's pupils constrict. It was as if there was some kind of disbelief in their throats, but they could not spit it out. Yang Xiaolong maintained his punching posture, but behind him, a golden light flashed and a sword slashed at him. This was the sacred tiger's tail. Moreover, the distance was so close that no one could react in time. However, the people who could not react in time did not include Lin Ling. Lin Ling was still holding his sword, but the true inheritance dark sword flew out from the sword lock behind him. The 18 immortal swords danced back and forth, crisscrossing back and forth, and actually sped towards Yang Xiaolong's sword. Clang, clang. The golden sword was immediately blocked by the true inheritance dark sword, and it returned to its original form. It was actually the tail of a divine tiger. Great realm lion tiger's roar. Yang Xiaolong was shocked by Lin Ling's means, but he was also furious in his heart. He wanted to fight against him without using his talent? He roared furiously, and a blinding light shot out from his mouth, and a deafening lion-tiger's roar erupted. Lin Ling was very close to him. At this moment, his eyes flickered slightly, and he unleashed his full speed, quickly retreating. Even the tyrannical song sword was temporarily ignored. Return. As he drifted back, Lin Ling also let out a low roar. The 18 true inheritance dark swords flew in front of Lin Ling and kept spinning, forming a sword shield. Bang, bang, bang. And the light wave that Yang Xiaolong spat out hit the sword shield, and countless golden stars bloomed. So powerful, this person is a true expert swordsman. Seeing Lin Ling casually controlling the swords, many people in Fengyun Tower exclaimed. Even Yang Xiaolong was shocked. This Lin Ling really had many swords, and each sword was at the peak of ancestor power. He really didn't know how he cultivated. Boom. As he was thinking about this, the roar of the lion and tiger finally disappeared. It was blocked by the sword and shield. Then, the 18 true inheritance nether swords also dispersed. However, after dispersing, people found that the blue-robed young man, who was behind the sword and shield, had a huge bone dragon bow in his hand. The sixth arrow, what is 5? 1. Suffering day and night, leading to calamity. 2. 1 is full, many are full. 3. Sin weapon staff, eagle snake, wolf dog. 4. Either dragon, god, heaven, or ghost. 5. If you fall into this prison, 10,000 deaths and 10,000 lives. 6. Continuous, so-called seamless. Seamless. Ancient Sanskrit also spread out in the sky. Not good. Yang Xiaolong's pupils violently trembled. When he came to his senses, black and white intersected in his eyes. It was like an arrow that fused hell and heaven. Dragon scale. Yang Xiaolong immediately roared, and countless azure dragon scales appeared around his body, forming a small shield. Rumble. However, when the black and white arrow shot over, it pushed him thousands of miles away before exploding. Boom. Endless Buddhist lights scattered, illuminating the land. The excitement of this battle between the leaders had undoubtedly far exceeded people's imaginations. No one expected that Lin Ling would be able to fight Yang Xiaolong until now, and not be at a disadvantage. Most importantly, Lin Ling had not used his talent. Tiger Dragon dual form. And at this moment, Yang Xiaolong appeared in the Buddhist light. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he was injured. His hands struck out wildly, and a dragon and tiger intertwined, roaring as they shot out. Crackle. Endless thunder boomed in the sky, and the wind and clouds stirred. The dragon and tiger had drawn out the momentum of dragon and tiger. What a powerful, desolate physique. It actually blocked my arrow. At this moment, Lin Ling leaped up. He stretched out his right hand, and the tyrannical song sword shot into it. He stretched out his left hand, and endless light shot out from the sky. The 18 nether swords shrunk, transforming into a huge golden sword. Clang. The two swords crossed in front of him, and Lin Ling shot out. Let's see if your dragon and tiger are more powerful than my dual swords. Everyone heard this sentence. Following that, sword beams flashed, and demonic and immortal chi intertwined with each other. They were extremely sharp. Gotcha. Under countless gazes, the dragon and tiger were cut in half by the dual swords, shocking everyone. Yang Xiaolong's eyes widened. He was a martial god, and he had a 9th grade talent. That guy had actually cut his dragon and tiger in half. Could it be that the sword in his hand had the power of a god? True raging lightning of startling heaven. Suddenly, Yang Xiaolong roared at the sky. Chapter 39:18. Fengyun Tower, destroyed. As for the real book he was reciting, he had bought it from the Shop of Gods. With the 3 saints in his body, it had the same effect as Lin Ling's talent fusion. The difference was that Lin Ling's talent fusion could fuse with anything as long as it was a high-level talent. On the other hand, the Raging Thunder True Origin could only fuse with the 3 saints. It was a divine ability that came with the 3 saint physiques. Haha. Yang Xiaolong's aura rose steadily, ancient azure dragon scales appeared on the surface of his body, a dragon armor appeared on his forehead, a tiger claw on his left arm, a lion claw on his right arm, and his legs turned into the legs of a ferocious beast. A fatal aura erupted from his body. The experts of Fengyun Tower were all stunned. Boom. As Yang Xiaolong took a step forward, the ground split open, and countless ancient barren mountains shot up into the sky, tumbling in the air like rice straws. As for the weaker half-step martial gods, They were sent flying into the sky. Yang Xiaolong's strength was terrifying. He was like one of the 3 holy gods from the ancient era of the gods. At this moment he was walking step by step towards his prey. Looking at Yang Xiaolong's appearance, the corners of Lin Ling's eyes curled into a cold sneer. He clearly sensed that Yang Xiaolong had cultivated some kind of ability that allowed his talent to touch the 10th grade. However, was Yang Xiaolong the only one with talent? Endless smoke emanated from Lin Ling's body, and darkness descended. Black, completely black. There was even the roar of an angry dragon. Dragon? The great leader of the God-Slayer Alliance also possesses the innate talent of dragons? Hehe, it's just a fake dragon. How can it compare to the great leader? The great leader has been practicing martial arts since young and has long defeated countless experts with the dragon talent. The people from Wind Cloud Tower were stunned for a moment before a faint smile appeared on their faces. Rumble. However, at this time, ominous auras filled the sky and covered the sun. It was as if doomsday was coming. Moreover, people could faintly see jellyfish flying in the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Those jellyfish were like evil spirits from the underworld. After the smoke dissipated, a monster appeared before everyone's eyes. What is this? When had the elites of Storm Tower ever seen such a monster? Moreover, they could feel an enormous pressure coming towards them. That feeling was like a strong wind blowing against their faces, making it difficult for them to breathe. At this moment, Yang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed. However, just as he reacted, a black light flashed towards him. His speed had reached 2,900 world speed. The fist arrived in a split second, landing on Yang Xiaolong's chest with a loud boom. That fist actually broke through countless azure dragon scales, and even caused Yang Xiaolong's internal organs to shift. Bang bang bang. Yang Xiaolong staggered back a dozen steps. However, at this moment, the black shadow rushed over. The dragon claw suddenly clenched into a fist and blasted out again. Bang bang bang. Yang Xiaolong retreated again. His pupils were wide open. However, a vicious aura arrived in front of his eyes again. 2 enormous dragon tails swept out. Boom. Yang Xiaolong was sent flying and the ground shook. Cracks appeared on the huge plate. The surroundings became even more silent. Was this the innate power of the God-Slayer Alliance's great leader? The people of Wind Cloud Tower felt as if they were suffocating. Great leader! Following that, many of them roared and rushed towards the huge crater. More than a dozen leaders cooperated and finally carried Yang Xiaolong out. Looking at Yang Xiaolong again, he no longer had the majestic aura of a dragon, tiger, and lion. His azure scales were tattered, and his masculine face was distorted. Blood spurted out from the corner of his mouth, and his teeth were also spat out. Then his entire body shrunk and returned to his original form. His expression was extremely dispirited. He raised his head to look at Lin Ling, and then he spat out another mouthful of blood. Everyone looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Lin Ling's body was pitch black, and countless tentacles were dancing behind him, giving people a sense of fear. Especially Yang Xiaolong, he was already trembling with fear. He didn't know why Lin Ling could beat him so easily, but he had a feeling that this monster's innate talent had reached the 10th grade. Let's go! Yang Xiaolong didn't dare to stay any longer and shouted in embarrassment. Great leader! At this moment, many people from Fengyun Tower looked at Yang Xiaolong. They knew that they had lost this battle, and this was because the Founding Alliance hadn't made a move yet. If the Founding Alliance had made a move, they would have lost even more miserably. No matter how one looked at it, the God-Slayer Alliance was much stronger than Fengyun Tower. The funny thing was that they actually dared to capture people from the God-Slayer Alliance. Fengyun Tower, disband. From now on, there will be no Fengyun Tower among the 10 overlords. Yang Xiaolong smiled bitterly and finally couldn't help but say this. No Fengyun Tower? The faces of the Fengyun Tower's experts darkened. All of you, join the God-Slayer Alliance. Yang Xiaolong was disheartened and left with a few of his subordinates. In fact, he knew that it would be difficult for him to lead Fengyun Tower again after his defeat. Looking at Yang Xiaolong and his subordinates leaving, Lin Ling didn't chase after them. This Yang Xiaolong was a real man who kept his words. Therefore, Lin Ling decided to spare his life. Let's go! Then, Lin Ling ignored the Fengyun Tower's experts and turned around to leave. In fact, he didn't care about the Fengyun Tower's experts because the mission to collect the golden fleece flower was over. What he wanted to do now was to go to the god's store to buy treasures. However, Lin Ling didn't care, but the other leaders were very concerned. They immediately took in the Fengyun Tower's experts. This time, the God Slayer Alliance's members had reached 140,000. After the Fengyun Tower's destruction, countless rumors spread in the ancient dragon wasteland. Fengyun Tower used to be one of the overlords with the most people, but they were also eliminated? Could it be the Heaven Alliance? No, it's the God Slayer Alliance. This God Slayer Alliance is too scary. They were even weaker than the 100 Worlds Alliance. I heard that the God Slayer Alliance's leader fought with the Fengyun Tower's leader. In the end, the Fengyun Tower's leader was defeated and handed over the Fengyun Tower. Moreover, the God Slayer Alliance sent out their leader, that mysterious and secretive leader. The God Slayer Alliance really has a leader behind the scenes, so powerful. Without a doubt, the 10 overlords of the ancient dragon wasteland had undergone changes. The number of overlords that remained was getting smaller and smaller. In the following days, the Heaven Alliance also attacked the Northern Dragon Ice Nation Alliance and the Tiandi League. The Northern Dragon Ice Nation Alliance was completely destroyed, and another overlord fell. As for the Tiandi League, they were smarter and chose to hide. For the time being, they were still alive. The Heaven Alliance's momentum soared to the sky. Next, they attacked the Freedom Sword Alliance, almost annihilating the alliance. From the looks of it, the Heaven Alliance seemed to want to annihilate all the other alliances. This made many people speculate that the next one to be annihilated would be the God Slayer Alliance. Chapter 39:19. Buying like crazy. The leader, the 7th prince, was rumored to be a participant of the deity realm. Senior, I want to buy some treasures. At this moment, the number of people in God's shop had decreased by a lot. A mysterious person wearing a cloak quietly appeared in front of the shop. Under the cloak, there was also a handsome face. The old man in the shop frowned and was about to curse. He obviously thought that this person was here to release a smoke bomb again. However, at this moment, a bamboo pipe appeared in the mysterious person's hand and he started smoking calmly. The old man was stunned. Speaking of which, he had seen people release smoke bombs before, but he had never seen someone release smoke bombs so arrogantly. When people saw him, they were all respectful. This guy was actually smoking? That's not right. The smell of this smoke is so familiar. The old man almost cursed it out loud, but he immediately became suspicious. He took a deep breath of the smoke, and his expression changed drastically. Isn't this the Curitian's shredded tobacco? Hee, I'm here to buy some things. I heard that with shredded tobacco, everything is 50% off. Seeing that the old man had reacted, the mysterious person laughed. 50% off? No problem? Speaking of which, little friend, did you just come from the Curitian? The old man immediately said with a smile. This also made the people who were secretly watching the shop from afar all dumbfounded. Smile? This was the first time they had seen that bad-tempered senior smile obsequiously. That's right, and the shredded tobacco was given by Sister Tsuehua. The mysterious person nodded. After hearing that it was Sister Tsuehua, the old man finally confirmed everything. Next, he displayed all the treasures. The mysterious person was Lin Ling. Now, he was finally going to make a big purchase. Divinity buy. Lin Ling stared at the martial arts mystiques. He was going to buy a lot of them. These were prepared for Yu, Grandpa, and the others. Mystical treasures, I want the fruit of fortune. Buy all the immortal fruits for me too. And the demigod divine pill, I want it too. I'll buy the heart of the battle god. Lin Ling continued to calculate the prices and purchase them in a frenzy. Then he looked at the number 1 legacy treasure. At this moment, the price of these 4 legacy treasures was finally revealed. 100 million golden fleece flower. Lin Ling sucked in a cold breath. He was certain that other than him, no one else could buy the entire ancient dragon desolate land. I want the inheritance treasure of fire, Lin Ling roared. Even though he had always been calm, he almost went crazy at this moment. The inheritance treasure of the gods was said to be the treasure vault of the gods. However, after the gods fell, the treasure vault was left behind. There was no need to imagine how terrifying the treasures inside were. For this reason, Lin Ling had given up on the divine embryo. That's right, I bought it at half price. This means that I can buy the gods' legacy treasure for only 50 million. Then, for the rest of the golden fleece flower, I'll buy all the divine and divine weapons treasures. If there are any remaining golden fleece flowers, buy them for me as well. Lin Ling roared at the old man. The old man was shocked. If he did not know this kid, he would have thought that this kid was his enemy. However, he could understand Lin Ling's excitement. All right, I'll pack them all up. They're all yours. Thank you, senior. Also, can you help me hide this news? Hee, I know what you're worried about. No problem. In the end, Lin Ling returned from a rewarding journey and left God's store with a smile on his face. Idiot, he's the only one who can be so proud of making a smoke bomb. Is he crazy? He didn't buy anything and he's so happy. Maybe he can't find any golden fleece flower and he's so anxious. Seeing Lin Ling leave, many people said with disdain. This was because they had been paying attention to the jade tokens in their hands and saw that there were no fewer treasures in God's store. Therefore, they guessed that this person must be a smoke bomb. Of course, Lin Ling heard their laughter. However, he was laughing even harder in his heart. After a while, these people would realize that there were no more treasures in God's store other than the first 3 items. At that time, would they cry? TSKSK, I heard that the Immortal Temple is planning to marry off their saintess. They'll marry her on the spot in 10 days. Wow, this is great news. I heard that the saintess has obtained the divine embryo body. Whoever dual cultivates with her will have a certain chance of obtaining the divine embryo body. This news must be fake. The Immortal Temple belongs to the Immortal Demon Alliance. How can they let their saintess marry off so easily? You don't know about this. At this moment, the experts from the Heaven Alliance and the 7th Imperial Alliance have joined forces to destroy the Immortal Demon Alliance. If the Immortal Demon Alliance does not want to be destroyed, they can only marry off their saintess. Moreover, the Immortal Demon Alliance is also very cunning. When their saintess gets married, they want to get some rewards. Therefore, they've announced that the saintess will marry whoever gives her the most precious treasure. The Immortal Demon Alliance is too cunning. That's where you're wrong. I heard that those are betrothal gifts for the saintess. In fact, a large portion of them are left for the saintess. Hee, in 10 days, something big will happen. I just don't know who will become the son-in-law. After all, that person has a certain chance of obtaining the divine embryo body. As he walked down the stairs, Lin Ling suddenly heard a lot of discussions around him. The Immortal Temple is going to marry off in Yue. When he heard the news, Lin Ling's heart was filled with endless killing intent. He almost wanted to throw the curse of the gods that was originally left for martial god Wen Tian to the Immortal Temple. However, when he heard the last sentence, he did not hate the Immortal Temple as much as before. This was because although the Immortal Temple had opened its mouth wide, those betrothal gifts were left for Yue. From this point, it could be seen that the Immortal Temple still doted on Yue. However, they were forced by the experts from the Heaven Alliance to make such a choice in order to protect the Immortal Temple. I didn't expect that the dignified 9 provinces' 10 evils would be reduced to such a state today. Lin Ling was also somewhat emotional. In the past, the Immortal Temple was an overlord existence. However, in the face of the experts of the final world, they still had to compromise and surrender. 10 days? Subsequently, Lin Ling's mouth outlined a confident smile. It was time to bring senior sister Yu back. Betrothal gifts? The others were not qualified enough. With this thought in mind, Lin Ling quickened his pace. Just as he left the stairs, a large number of people came up to him. These people had arrogant looks on their faces and looked very happy. Most importantly, the person leading them was Duan Wuhan. There was no doubt that Duan Wuhan, as the first bloodline of the Duan family, was the leader of the Duan family alliance. Young master, a great opportunity has come. If you can win the immortal temple Saintus, you can get a divine embryo body. The seventh prince wants to compete with the young master. He should look at himself in the mirror. Behind Duan Wuhan, several experts were flattering him. Duan Wuhan's face was calm, but the corners of his mouth quietly outlined a smile. Chapter 39:20. Rumors were everywhere. Go to God's store and buy all those treasures. This time, even if I have to go bankrupt, I must buy these treasures. Subsequently, Duan Wuhan said confidently. Comparing betrothal gifts? Who was he afraid of? The seventh prince was no match for him at all. They also sped up a bit and walked past Lin Ling. However, they couldn't find Lin Ling at all. Because Lin Ling had too many treasures on him, it was actually very easy to find a treasure that could conceal one's aura. Duan Wuhan? Lin Ling chuckled and strode away as well. At this moment in God's store, there were several people making smoke bombs one after another, pretending to inquire about the price of the treasures. Let them get lost. After Duan Wuhan entered the hall, he immediately said indifferently. His subordinates immediately drove those people away. Then, Duan Wuhan smiled and walked over. After seeing the old man, he saluted. Senior, don't you know about the fruit of fortune, fruit of fate, and fruit of kindness? I heard that these three fruits have received the blessings of the gods, so I want to buy them. Duan Wuhan's intention was to use these precious fruits to please the saintess of the immortal temple. Sorry, they are sold out. However, the old man said indifferently. What? Duan Wuhan immediately looked at the jade token in his hand and suddenly found that the three fruits in the jade token had indeed disappeared. However, before he entered, he deliberately looked at the jade token. At that time, the three fruits still existed. Is there a holy flower? Duan Wuhan asked again. Sold out. Don't you know about the red moon's sacred array? Sold out. No way, I just saw it before I came in. Hey, why did it suddenly disappear? Duan Wuhan was dumbfounded. Then, he frantically called out the treasures, but the old man only replied with one sentence. It was sold out. He immediately looked at the jade token in his hand, but the treasures that were still there were suddenly all gone. Is there a divine inheritance treasure? Duan Wuhan was on fire. He didn't believe that all the treasures were sold out. I do have that. What kind of God's legacy treasure do you want? The old man asked indifferently. In fact, Duan Wuhan was just asking. He could still afford to buy other treasures, but he couldn't afford a single hair of the four great gods' inheritance treasures. That was because it was 100 million golden fleece flower. He even suspected that there were more than 100 million golden fleece flowers in the ancient dragon desolate land. Well, I want the legacy of fire. Duan Wuhan casually said again. It sold out. The old man glanced at Duan Wuhan and said indifferently. This time, Duan Wuhan's jaw almost hit the ground. Did someone really buy the inheritance of the gods? This had to be a joke, right? It was just that he had been staring at the jade token all along, but he didn't notice it at all. Could it be that this old man was lying? Impossible. No matter how arrogant the old man was, he wouldn't dare to joke about the gods. This meant that the old man was telling the truth. Most of the things that caught your eye have already been bought, but if you don't mind, you can try to buy the 6 divine embryos. There are still 5 left. At this time, the old man suggested. Hearing this, Duan Wuhan almost vomited blood. If he could afford the divine embryos, why would he marry the saintess of the immortal temple? While they were talking, the ancient dragon desolate body also emitted a monstrous wave. That was because people found that the jade tokens in their hands had suddenly lost many treasures. Divine weapons, not a single one was left. Divine weapons, not a single one was left. Rare treasures, more than half of them were gone. Who is it? Do you still want to let people live? I finally saved 1,000 golden fleece flowers to buy the blood trace demon scroll, but now it's gone. My efforts were in vain. Damn it, my swallow divine knife. Many people were about to faint from anger. Not a single one was left, but at least a mouthful of soup was left. Someone bought the legacy of the gods. Of course, the most shocking news was the first legacy of the gods. The overlords were like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. They were jealous and kept guessing who bought such a treasure, because so far, among the overlords, no one had 100 million golden fleece flowers. Investigate. Investigate immediately. Find out who bought such a precious treasure. The various overlords immediately passed down their orders. Without a doubt, they all got the news that the last person was Duan Wuhan, because after he appeared, all the treasures disappeared. Duan Wuhan, you played a good move. You actually hid so many golden fleece flowers. Men, keep harassing the Duan clan's alliance during this period of time. Damn it, it's enough that this guy bought the divine inheritance. Since he bought all the divine weapons and divine arts, you, Duan Wuhan, left me with no way out, so I'll leave you with no way out. If there is a chance, teach him a lesson. Many strong people were gnashing their teeth in anger. However, at this moment, Duan Wuhan was angrier than anyone because he didn't buy the treasures he needed. Instead, he bought some trash. It must be the 7th prince. This guy is really hateful. He really couldn't think of anyone who owned such a golden fleece flower, so he guessed that it was the 7th Imperial Alliance. Without a doubt, the 7th Imperial Alliance was the scapegoat, and Duan Wuhan was the one who got shot. He had just left the god's store, and a large number of strong people immediately came to make things difficult for him. This also made Duan Wuhan confused and angry. Are you all looking for death? Why are you making things difficult for me? You know what you have done. Those strong people were so angry that they had lost their minds. I know what I have done. I don't know shit. I bought a treasure, but I didn't buy what I liked. As a result, I bought a bunch of things that I didn't like. You are angry, but I want to be angry. Duan Wuhan felt even more wronged, as if he had nowhere to vent his anger. Duan Wuhan, although we don't dare to kill you, it's not difficult to teach you a lesson. Hearing Duan Wuhan's words, those strong people thought that Duan Wuhan was teasing them, and they were all mad. Then, they were too lazy to talk nonsense and directly taught him a lesson. At this moment, on the other side of the Dead Sea, Lin Ling didn't know about this. He had already found a quiet place to wait for the arrival of 10 days. Senior apprentice Sister Yu's divine fetus body has obviously attracted the attention of many overlords. However, they want to snatch with me. Lin Ling originally wanted to make a fortune in silence, but this matter was related to an Yuer. Therefore, he also threw caution to the wind. At that time, he would use endless treasures as betrothal gifts, smashing those people who attempted to escort the bride until they were too ashamed to show their faces. Of course, Lin Ling also knew that the wedding 10 days later was bound to be a sensational event. There would be countless strong people. Therefore, in these 10 days, he had to increase his strength as soon as possible. Especially the human sovereign's flame. Fruit of good, fruit of fortune, fruit of fate, he had already gathered enough. With the blessings of these fruits, refining the human sovereign's flame should not be difficult. And beside Lin Ling, the giant ghost floated there quietly. On that fanged face, there was also a hint of expectation at this moment. Refine. Chapter 39:21. Refining the Flame of the Human King. In Lin Ling's dantian, the golden flame emitted endless majesty. It kept circling, dancing, and finally quietly turned into the figure of an emperor. Once this emperor appeared, everything in the world seemed to be assimilated, and Lin Ling's body naturally could not escape this fate. Oh! An extremely majestic aura rushed into Lin Ling's body, causing him to frown slightly. But at this moment, the 3 fruits floating around Lin Ling in the 3 directions of heaven, earth, and human began to burn. Mysterious words floated out, forming a scene of heaven and earth, protecting Lin Ling. Lin Ling instantly sensed that the assimilation pressure had lessened. He also immediately knew that this was the power of the 3 fruits. As expected of the blessings of the gods. It was not in vain that he had spent so much effort to obtain these 3 fruits. And with the scene of heaven and earth evolving, Lin Ling no longer felt any pressure. He began to try to get closer to the flame of the human king. As if it had a spirit, the flame of the human king emitted circles of golden flame halos, blocking Lin Ling from getting closer. However, those flame halos had no effect on Lin Ling. This was the power of the three fruits. "Now you're still arrogant," Lin Ling shouted in his heart. His soul power controlled his consciousness to get closer, and then he controlled the flame of the human king to push it toward the spacetime tablet's dantian. The dantian that belonged to the spacetime tablet was originally colorful, but it gradually became golden and resplendent. A thick majesty spread out from time to time. In the end, when the flame of the human monarch completely merged with his dantian, Lin Ling's entire body burned. It was a golden flame, but it was not an ordinary golden color. It was a golden color that carried the might of an emperor. The surrounding Dead Sea was completely burning at this moment, turning into a golden color. The entire sea seemed to be controlled by Lin Ling. And this was the assimilation power of the human king's flame. According to legend, the most terrifying human king's flame could assimilate everything in the world, turning everything in the world into the human king's people. Rumble. Outside of Lin Ling's body, golden flames danced and boiled, transforming into a tall Dharma idol of a human king. This Dharma idol was also golden in color, and its appearance couldn't be seen clearly, but it exuded an irresistible majesty. If the masters of Shunsan Hall were here at this moment, they would be trembling in fear. This was because the might emanating from the Dharma idol was already at the level of a divine embryo. According to legend, only those with divine embryos could become gods. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. A golden light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Divine embryo body. Lin Ling was stunned, because he realized how terrifying the power brought about by the dantian was. He was confident that he could defeat a first-layer martial god realm expert with the golden glow even without using the innate talent merge or the flesh of the godly demon. Very strong. This was the flame of the human sovereign. Then, Lin Ling looked around and realized that the ocean of death had turned into a golden ocean. Even the desolate trees in the ocean had changed, becoming dazzling with golden light. This was the power of assimilation. The human king's flame was the first flame that the human king had brought to the human race. Therefore, tens of thousands of people had submitted to it, including the ocean and the desolate trees. Rise. Lin Ling let out a low roar, his voice filled with endless majesty. Rumble. Huge waves immediately rose from the ocean of death, which was controlled by Lin Ling. It was as if the power of the ocean of death was Lin Ling's power. The human king's flame, in addition to its powerful attack, also has such a remarkable ability. Exclamation point. Lin Ling knew very well how terrifying assimilation was. For example, if a wisp of Lin Ling's flame was left in a martial artist's body, the flame could immediately assimilate everything, making the martial artist submit to it. Moreover, not only the martial artist, but everything in the world could submit to it. And this was the power of assimilation. What if it wasn't assimilated? Lin Ling pointed his finger, and from the depths of his dantian, a wisp of golden flame shot out like a meteor. The golden flame quietly landed on the ground in front of him. Crackle! The ancient ground in front of him, with a radius of 10,000 miles, instantly burned. The golden flame soared into the sky, as if the human king was furious. Moreover, this flame had no sense of temperature, but anything that approached it would immediately be burned into nothingness. As expected of the human king's flame. At this moment, the giant ghost also floated back. Because the three fruits had already turned into nothingness, he no longer feared the power of the three fruits. And the way he looked at Lin Ling had also changed. It was as if the youth of the past had become a god at this moment. This was the power of a god. After the era of gods, tens of thousands of gods fell. After the era of gods, the gods that rose up became fewer and fewer. But now, there is finally a god that rose up quietly here. The giant ghost said. The giant ghost said. He could faintly see that Lin Ling would definitely become a god in the future. Lin Ling, this is the power without the fusion of talents. If you fuse them, all your talents will be led by the human king's flame, and your strength will greatly increase. The giant ghost said again. Yes. In response, Lin Ling nodded heavily. After the battle with martial god Wen Tian, his confidence had increased by another level. This was because he had the divine embryo. In the ancient dragon desolate land, other than in Yuer, he was the second martial artist with such talent. Demigod divine pill. However, when he thought of the fated battle, Lin Ling did not dare to slack off. He immediately took out a pill. This pill looked extremely simple and unadorned. Those who did not know would think that it was an ordinary pill. This was because this pill did not have any pill markings, nor did it have any pill light. However, Lin Ling knew that this was a true pill from the era of gods, because it was bought from the store of gods. Demigod divine pill, formed from the will of a god. In reality, it is the condensation of a god's understanding of the grand Tao. The giant ghost also looked at the divine pill. It seemed to have heard of the demigod divine pill before. In reality, this pill was formed from the will of a god. However, to form this pill, it required 30% of a god's strength. Therefore, this pill was extremely rare. After all, no god was willing to give up 30% of their strength. Generally speaking, unless it was for their descendants, they would be willing to use this strength. Therefore, the giant ghost guessed that this was a pill prepared by the gods for their descendants. However, due to the sudden arrival of the calamity and the fall of many gods, this pill was not able to display its effects. In the end, it was passed down for countless generations and fell into Lin Ling's hands. The power of this pill increased the chances of ascending to godhood by 80%. Moreover, from the day of swallowing the pill, the martial artist would need to continuously devour heavenly treasures and accumulate them to increase their chances of ascending to godhood. The more they accumulated, the higher their chances of ascending to godhood. In the end, it would reach 80%. With one batch of pills, even the tribulation of gods would not descend. Without the tribulation of gods, and with an 80% chance of breaking through, this pill could be said to be a 100% chance of entering the martial god realm. Chapter 39:22. The 10th day. This caused an endless amount of spiritual energy to surge into the vortex and gradually accumulate. The moment it was unsealed, this spiritual energy would become the main force to become a martial god. Upon realizing this, Lin Ling did not stop and frantically refine the Emperor Crystal. Other than the 100 million royal crystals he had left for himself, Lin Ling had used up all of his royal crystals. He had 6 stanchions, so it was 60 times more difficult for him to become a martial god than an ordinary person. One of the reasons was that Lin Ling's talent was too high. When all of the Emperor crystals were used up, Lin Ling threw a large number of treasures into the vortex. Currently, he was strong enough to fight a martial god. However, if he broke through to the martial god realm, what would his combat strength be like? Lin Ling simply did not dare to imagine. Now, I'll start to break through to the martial god realm. Once I leave the ancient dragon desolate land, I'll completely undo the pill. Lin Ling licked his lips. Next, he checked all the treasures. Murder clothes. 2 dragon balls. Wraith law. Lin Ling laughed excitedly. These treasures were prepared for his 4 great innate gifts. The ominous robe was the ominous robe of the gods. According to legend, it was worn by the butcher who was in charge of punishing. After tens of thousands of years, it had already accumulated an endless amount of ominous energy. As for the dragon balls, they were prepared for the dragon god's innate talent. As for the malevolent spirit laws, they were naturally for the malevolent spirit jellyfish's use. If I refine all of them, all of my talents will increase by 1 grade. In addition to the flame of the human king, my strength will undoubtedly increase crazily in the ancient dragon wasteland. Lin Ling hurriedly refined those treasures one by one. Unfortunately, God's store didn't have many of the treasures he needed. Otherwise, his power would have increased even more. Of course, this was enough. This was because the current Lin Ling was completely different from when he first arrived. Boom, boom. One treasure after another was refined. First of all, the realm-swallowing beast talent was enhanced. It reached the 6th grade, and the Skin of Chaos was born. This caused Lin Ling's defense to increase by another 10%. Boom, boom. Next, the talents of the 2 dragon gods increased. The Grand Nether Wind Dragon reached the 3rd grade, and the Heavenly Dragon Bone reached the 5th grade. Boom, boom. The Devil Ghost Jellyfish had also stepped into the ranks of the 5th stage. His 4 great talents were enhanced at the same time, allowing Lin Ling's strength to increase by 20,000 boundary force. His speed also increased by 2,000 boundary force. His strength soared. If it wasn't for the fact that the Human King's flame was of a different attribute and was used to increase the power of one's world essence and had nothing to do with one's physical strength, Lin Ling's strength would have risen to an even more terrifying level. After the fusion of talents, my current strength is 30,000 worlds force. TSK, my speed is also 3,000 world speed. Lin Ling felt power surging through his entire body. His strength was boundless. With a light flick of his finger, it was as if the myriad of worlds would collapse. I'm a triple cultivator of essence, chi, and spirit. Currently, my cultivation is about to reach the martial god realm. My physical strength has also reached a whole new level. As for my soul force, it's constantly improving. Once I reach the martial god realm, I'll be able to completely open my 7th dantian. Lin Ling opened his eyes, full of anticipation. Then, Lin Ling looked at the time and found that 9 days had passed unknowingly. This also surprised Lin Ling. His breakthrough this time was incomparably fast. One should know that it was impossible for others to raise their strength by such a huge amount without at least half a year or even a year. Moreover, this was considered fast. The breakthrough in strength also depends on the timing. This time, your treasures and foundation have all met the requirements, so your breakthrough is fast. The giant ghost seemed to know what Lin Ling was thinking and explained. However, it also revealed a rare look of anticipation. Let's see what the god's inheritance treasure is like. The god's inheritance treasure was the essence of a god's life. Perhaps everyone would be curious about what was inside it. At the mention of this, Lin Ling's eyes instantly lit up. He immediately took out the god's inheritance treasure. However, the god's inheritance treasure was extremely strange. It wasn't a treasure, nor was it a treasury. Instead, it was a series of divine runes. Fortunately, these divine runes weren't complicated. Moreover, according to the old man in the god's shop, as long as the divine runes were drawn with world essence, it was equivalent to opening the treasury. Therefore, Lin Ling guessed that the treasury was actually hidden in the void. The divine runes were the key to opening the void. Immediately, Lin Ling recalled the divine runes in his heart and drew them in the sky. Rumble. The sky in front of him suddenly rumbled as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. At this moment, Lin Ling and the giant ghost were filled with anticipation. They wondered what the treasury contained. Rumble. However, very quickly, a dull sound was heard. The crack in the void closed again, causing Lin Ling to stare. It seems like your strength isn't enough. The giant ghost suddenly guessed something and said unhappily. Then it guessed, I estimate that you need to be at least at the martial god realm. This damn thing. Hearing this, Lin Ling was extremely unhappy. He almost wanted to ask the martial god realm seniors of the Godslayer Alliance for help. However, after thinking about it, he gave up in the end. After all, it was better to open the god's inheritance treasure himself. Forget it. There's only 1 day left. Let's prepare to go to the immortal temple. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. Then he left the Death Sea with the giant ghost. Far away from the Death Sea, the raging golden fire was still burning. No one dared to approach it. Instead, a figure slowly walked out from the golden flames. Beside him was an evil spirit the size of a fist. It was an extremely shocking combination. Senior Sister Yu, I've traveled all over the Kaiyuan River and finally found you. The young man had delicate features. He was wearing a long blue and white robe. His eyes were filled with excitement. And Yuer had gone missing in the 9 prefectures' 7 great forbidden lands in Qingzhou. Lin Ling had traveled thousands of mountains and rivers to search for her. However, he finally found out that an Yuer had been taken away by the immortal temple. At that time, Lin Ling was just an ordinary warrior in Qingzhou. Compared to the 9 prefectures' 10 perils, he was like a dim moth. However, moths were sometimes so stupid. They knew that they would die if they jumped into the fire, but they still did not shirk their duty. However, there were exceptions to everything. It was not impossible for a moth to be reborn and turn into a phoenix. After so many years, Lin Ling had finally turned into a phoenix. For this day, he had worked hard for a long time. Finally, he could personally bring home the girl he had known since he was young. The Yu and the others have been waiting for you for a long time. The young man gradually disappeared, walking further and further away. Although the 10th day had yet to arrive, the west side of the ancient dragon wasteland was already bustling with noise. Currently, there were not many treasures left in the divine store. Moreover, there were very few golden fleece flowers left around the wasteland. Therefore, most people did not go out. If it was not for the fact that they wanted to know which hero would be able to marry the immortal temple's saintess and obtain her favor, they would have left long ago. The 10th day has finally arrived. At the west side of the ancient dragon wasteland, there were many people moving forward. Chapter 39:23. Slaughtering Chariots. Yeah, if it wasn't for the fact that God's store was booked, the Overlord Alliance would still be fighting. That's right, but the battle is over. Let's end it with the marriage of the immortal temple's saintess. Speaking of the saintess, I've seen her before. She's so beautiful, and she has a divine fetus. Whoever dual cultivates with her might become a divine fetus. TSK, becoming an expert in one step. Look, those young masters and princes are all here. How coquettish. How could those lazy young masters who don't want to cultivate miss out on this opportunity to reach the heavens in a single bound? Just a bunch of toads. The passers-by were discussing with disdain towards those young masters who wanted to reach the heavens in one step. Indeed, toads want to eat swan meat. Behind the crowd, a blue-robed young man walked forward with a bodyguard. After hearing the words of the passers-by, a mocking smile appeared on his face. He was Lin Ling. Lin Ling was surprised by an Yuer's popularity, but Lin Ling wasn't worried. Because he knew that an Yuer belonged to him, Lin Ling. Following the main road, Lin Ling discovered that there was an ancient city in front of him. Although it looked simple, it was extremely prosperous. Moreover, through the conversations of passers-by, they found out that this was built by the 7th Emperor Alliance, because the leader of this alliance believed that since they were actually marrying Immortal Temple's holy lady, then they had to be a bit more dignified. They naturally couldn't be careless about this matter in the wilderness. Although everyone knew that the 7th Emperor Alliance was purposely showing off, having a city was better than nothing. What a grand display! Lin Ling couldn't help but shake his head. The 7th Emperor Alliance wanted to build an ancient city to show their sincerity. Go. As for the main road leading to the ancient city, a large number of luxurious chariots galloped past. Some were pulled by fire cheilants while others were pulled by magnificent puppets. As for the chariots, they were also magnificent. Clearly, the people sitting inside were extremely noble, as if they were above the masses. Lin Ling watched the chariots pass by with a disdainful smile. These famous young masters were like nouveau riches. Did they think that they could marry an Yuer just because they had a luxurious chariot? One had to know that Lin Ling could easily get tens of thousands of chariots like the ones from before. In terms of extravagance, Lin Ling would say that he was number 1, no one would dare to say they were number 2. However, Lin Ling's extravagance is present. You, get out of my way. Go! At this moment, a platinum chariot rushed over from behind. The one pulling the chariot was actually a dragon, a real dragon. However, this dragon's its aura, it was an evil dragon. Perhaps because it had been enslaved for too long, its eyes were filled with hostility. TSK, using an evil dragon comparable to a martial god to pull his chariot, this person is quite heroic. Wow! The passers-by were startled and quickly made way. They knew that this person's background was not small. Roar! The evil dragon galloped forward, stirring up endless clouds and winds. "Hey, why are you still here? Do you want to die?" However, someone noticed that there were two people in front of the road who didn't give way. One was a burly man in a cloak, and the other was a young man in a blue robe. Not only did the young man in blue not give way, he even stopped and frowned at the incoming dragon. Since he was in the middle of the road, one could easily imagine his fate. Using a dragon to pull a chariot. The person in the middle of the road was Lin Ling. He didn't dislike the owner of the chariot, but he could sense the unyielding spirit of the evil dragon. This evil dragon had clearly been enslaved for a long time. However, a dragon roamed the 9 heavens. A true dragon wanted to roam the 9 heavens and not be enslaved. Lin Ling had the talent of the dragon god. Seeing the dragon being enslaved, he immediately felt uncomfortable. "You're courting death, get lost." At this moment, an angry shout came from the chariot. An old man pointed at Lin Ling and cursed. "I am young Master Windchaser. I have a name list and I want to marry the immortal temple's saintess. A mere toad dares to block my way?" After the old man's voice, another shout came. As if he was afraid that others didn't know who he was, his voice was extremely loud. "A name list?" Hearing this, many people's expressions changed slightly. There are many people who want to marry the immortal temple's saintess. Therefore, only those with a name list have the qualifications to go to the immortal temple. Those with a name list all have great backgrounds. An old man frowned and said, "Compared to this, is that kid stupid? He's still in a daze." However, someone else spoke. This was because the blue-robed youth still didn't leave. He stood there foolishly. At this moment, many people couldn't bear to watch any longer. They thought that the blue-robed youth would be trampled into meat paste. However, at this moment, the rampaging dragon suddenly roared and stopped abruptly. It was less than 5 meters away from the youth. The strong wind blew the blue-robed youth's long hair. However, the blue-robed youth remained unmoved like a mountain. At this moment, Lin Ling also looked at the evil dragon in front of him indifferently. The evil dragon was also staring at Lin Ling, but its eyes, which were full of hostility, quietly changed into a look of reverence. "I'll return you your freedom." Lin Ling also understood the meaning in the depths of the evil dragon's eyes. Then his sword flashed. Clang. The chains that bound the evil dragon were actually cut off by a single slash. One had to know that this was a chain that could bind the martial god. Everyone was shocked. Then, they saw the youth say indifferently, "You, leave." The dragon seemed to be very obedient to the youth. It soared into the sky like a flying dragon and immediately flew into the distance. In the end, it disappeared without a trace. The entire road immediately fell silent. Many people stared at Lin Ling and frowned. This was because not only did Lin Ling make the dragon stop, he even seemed to be able to command the dragon. This was somewhat inconceivable. "Do you have a death wish? How dare you let go of my mount? I'll make you my mount." At this moment, a loud curse came from the luxurious war chariot. Clang. However, as soon as the words were spoken, a sword slashed. Rumble. The magnificent war chariot was instantly cut into 2 halves by the sword. Then, several figures in a sorry state rolled out of the war chariot. It was an extremely comical sight. Cutting a chariot in half? That blue-robed youth was too arrogant. Everyone's eyes narrowed. This was because they knew that those who had a name list would definitely have an extraordinary background. Now, cutting their chariot in half was a provocation. "Sir, are you all right? Sir, do you have a death wish?" Soon, the old man from the battlefield helped a youth up. He then looked coldly at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling looked at them indifferently. His expression was as calm as an ancient well. Coupled with the long sword in his hand, he looked like a lonely swordsman. Chapter 39-24. The Unrestrained Sword Alliance. "Sir, we are people with a name list. May I ask which overlord you belong to and who is backing you?" The old man said after calming the young man down. "Master Tai, teach him a lesson. Oh my God, my war chariot was given to me by my brother." However, the young man was not as calm as the old man. He pointed at Lin Ling and scolded him. I am alone. I don't have any overlord backing me. Lin Ling's gaze fell on the name list in the young man's hand. Speaking of which, he did not seem to have a name list with him. Of course, if I had one, I would have a lot of underlings. Lin Ling walked forward step by step. So arrogant even though you don't have anyone backing you? Kid, you seem to have done something you shouldn't have. After hearing Lin Ling's words, the old man's face turned cold. The worry in his heart disappeared completely. His white hair suddenly stood up, his fangs grew out, and his face turned green. Green-faced ghost Tai Cheng. Someone immediately recognized that old monster. That was a martial god expert. Bang. The old man did not say anything and immediately pounced on Lin Ling. His speed was extremely fast. From afar, he looked like an evil ghost pouncing on him. The underworld's evil ghost talent? Looking at the old man pouncing on him, Lin Ling suddenly smiled. He did not expect to meet someone with the same talent as him. Boom! Lin Ling did not hold back. Countless evil ghosts flew out from his chest like jellyfish lanterns. Once this talent appeared, the evil ghost talent of the green-faced ghost was no longer affected by Lin Ling. The green-faced ghost was also shocked. An evil ghost's innate talent? He thought that his talent was very rare. Who knew that this mysterious swordsman also had it? The ghost talent has always been known for its craftiness. You underestimate me. The green-faced ghost sneered and continued to pounce on Lin Ling. However, it suddenly disappeared and reappeared behind Lin Ling. A giant green-faced demon head bit at Lin Ling with a ferocious aura and glinting fangs. The terrifying attack could easily devour 80% of the half-martial gods. You're still too inexperienced to play tricks in front of me. Unfortunately, with Lin Ling's strength, he naturally noticed this change. He didn't even look behind him and continued to walk forward with large strides. Almost at the same time, the golden-white evil spirit, who had been standing behind Lin Ling, reached out with its hand. Rumble! With this grab, green lightning erupted from the green-faced ghost. However, the golden-white ghost wasn't afraid at all. Upon closer inspection, it was actually wearing a pair of gloves. Nether Thunder Gloves, TSKSK, this is a divine weapon-type treasure. Someone recognized the gloves and said enviously. As for the golden-white evil ghost's arm, it easily grabbed the old man's head, causing him to be unable to move at all. On the other hand, Lin Ling had already arrived in front of the young man and was looking down at him. The young man had been extremely arrogant. However, after witnessing Master Tai being defeated with his own eyes, he was so scared that he didn't dare to move. Give it to me, Lin Ling said calmly. Give what? The young man was anxious. However, when he saw Lin Ling looking at the list in his hand, he immediately handed it over. After Lin Ling received it, he slowly put it away. However, he didn't leave. Instead, he looked into the distance. This was because a large number of experts were approaching from afar. Upon closer inspection, there were at least 10,000 of them. Of course, apart from Lin Ling, the others also noticed this change. That looks like the Natural Sword Alliance. Someone exclaimed in shock. My lord, I'm here. As for the young man who was too scared to move, he also noticed the reinforcements in the distance. He immediately acted as if he had seen a life-saving straw. Then he glared at Lin Ling fiercely and said, You're dead. Today, the Natural Sword Alliance is here. Even the martial god is here. You destroyed my chariot. You're dead. At the end of his sentence, he was undoubtedly agitated. This was because he didn't expect to meet the Natural Sword Alliance. More importantly, he was a member of the Natural Sword Alliance. Sir, what do you mean by this? You let go of our mounts and destroyed our chariot. Are you provoking the Natural Sword Alliance? At this moment, a figure flew over. He held a green bamboo sword in his hand and was as graceful as an immortal. Soon he landed on the ground. Brother! The young man from before even shouted at that person. The person nodded and looked at Lin Ling. Which overlord do you belong to? Obviously, he had also guessed that this person was so arrogant. He was afraid that he had some background. Moreover, this person was still calm when he saw the Natural Sword Alliance. Therefore, unless this person was a fool, he had absolute confidence in himself. That's right. I'm the one who let go of your mounts and destroyed your chariot. All right, I also stole your name list. What do you think? Lin Ling looked at him calmly and nodded. Yes, sir. He admitted it directly. However, in the eyes of the people of the Natural Sword Alliance, this nod was undoubtedly ignoring them. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Lin Ling was the #1 leader of the Godslayer Alliance. Therefore, he didn't need to lower his head when facing the Natural Sword Alliance. Moreover, the Natural Sword Alliance was in the wrong first. They drove the chariot recklessly. If Lin Ling wasn't strong enough, he would have been killed. Therefore, Lin Ling destroyed the chariot. This was already giving them face. If it had been someone else from the Godslayer Alliance, they might have even killed him. Good. So, you insist on going against the Natural Sword Alliance? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. That person was so angry that he laughed. Obviously, he didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. He even thought that Lin Ling was joking. However, Lin Ling's serious face told him that this wasn't a joke. My lord has given the order. However, just as that person was about to explode, a dignified voice suddenly sounded. Then, the crowd was separated. A middle-aged man in ordinary clothes walked out slowly with a long sword hanging at his waist. His temperament was simple and unsophisticated. His every move gave people the feeling that he was like a green mountain and clear water. That's the natural sword martial god. However, when people stared at the middle-aged man, their expressions changed drastically. The 9 provinces' 10 martial gods. They didn't expect that the matter of the immortal temple's saintess would attract the 10 martial gods. The natural sword martial god stopped walking quickly. He put his hands behind his back and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. Similarly, Lin Ling looked at him indifferently. In an instant, an indescribable aura filled the air as if the sword auras of 2 peerless swordsmen were colliding. This invisible pressure made the experts at the peak of the martial ancestor realm feel like they were suffocating. Even the experts at the half-step martial god realm found it difficult to breathe. The people of the Natural Sword Alliance were laughing coldly at this moment. Chapter 39-25. A clash between 2 swordsmen. The prestige of the 10 great martial gods was unquestionable. In fact, based on Lin Ling's previous actions, not to mention the unrestrained Sword Alliance, even the passers-by felt that Lin Ling was doomed. You stole my name list? Finally, the unrestrained sword martial god spoke. His voice was calm as if he was talking to a friend. However, he did recognize Lin Ling because he had witnessed how powerful Lin Ling was during the battle at the mine not long ago. In the end, he had even seen Lin Ling being taken away by the heavenly voice of God. He still remembered that he had angered a Yuan venerate martial god to death. However, he didn't expect to meet Lin Ling here. Moreover, Lin Ling actually snatched his subordinate's name list right in front of him. He had no choice but to show up. They wanted to hit me, so I wanted to teach them a lesson and collect some interest. That's why I took his name. Lin Ling nodded calmly. He knew that the unrestrained sword martial god was not angry on the surface, but in reality, a terrifying aura was surging toward him, because the tyrannical song sword in his hand was slightly vibrating. He was provoked by the unrestrained sword martial god sword. However, it was also because of this that tyrannical singing sword's arrogance was ignited. Even if a swordsman's strength was weaker than others, he would never be afraid of an enemy. Hee. The easygoing sword martial deity suddenly smiled and said, "Fine. Since we are acquaintances, apologize and I will let bygones be bygones." He could clearly sense that the current Lin Ling was more than twice as strong as before. Furthermore, this was only his superficial probing. He couldn't see through the depths. However, as soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expression changed greatly. Let bygones be bygones? The unfettered sword martial god was too easy to talk to. Do you think it's possible? However, Lin Ling shook his head. Courting death. When they heard these words, not only were the people of the Free Sword Alliance cursing inwardly, even the bystanders were cursing loudly. After stealing someone else's name list, They actually dared to use such a tone to speak. Wasn't this just courting death? The unfettered sword martial god instantly frowned. He had not expected that Lin Ling would not give him any face. Have you ever seen a swordsman let go of his things after being robbed? Unrestrained sword martial god's voice became gloomy. A gentle wind started blowing in the surroundings, but when it landed on the ground, sword scars immediately appeared. That terrifying aura made everyone take a step back immediately, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Have you ever seen a swordsman surrender and admit his mistake after being provoked? But Lin Ling was tit for tat. Clang. As soon as these words fell, the sword world finally erupted. The sword at the waist of the unfettered sword martial god was quietly unsheathed, and when it was only halfway out, the sharp sword light caused everyone to close their eyes. Because the sword world's sharpness was too strong. In the eyes of many, this was a matchless showdown between swordsmen. Of course, it was still the blue-robed young man that caused everyone to be surprised. Never had they imagined that such a weak fellow would actually be so arrogant and not retreat in the slightest, and he even dared to compete with the sword martial god. Clang. And that was indeed the case. Behind Lin Ling, the true inheritance nether swords were unsheathed. They were also halfway out. A great battle between swordsmen was about to break out. The eyes of the unfettered sword martial god flickered. Not only was he not angry, but an imperceptible light of admiration flickered in his eyes. In fact, during the battle in Fengdu City, he had already greatly admired Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling had the temperament of a true swordsman. This kind of swordsman was like a sword. Then, the unfettered sword martial god thought about the matter of the heavenly sound of God, and then he thought about the mysterious aura on Lin Ling's body. Finally, he slowly withdrew his sword. Forget it, seeing that you are still young, I will not argue with you. After the sword was withdrawn, the suffocating sword world from before instantly disappeared. Seeing that you are old, I will spare you this time. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled faintly and withdrew his true inheritance nether swords. Although he was currently no match for the top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures, in terms of trump cards, he was not afraid of the top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures. Therefore, he was not afraid of the unfettered sword martial god. Ha! Hearing Lin Ling's words, the unfettered sword martial god could not help but laugh out loud. I have learned of your sharp tongue once again. Are you going to the divine temple? If you are going the same way, let's go together. As you wish. Lin Ling nodded his head. Then, the unfettered sword martial god walked forward with a smile and walked side by side with Lin Ling towards the ancient city. When the people saw the two figures, they were all stunned. What is going on? Especially the young man whose name was snatched away by Lin Ling, he almost rubbed his eyes out. What did he just see? He saw that guy snatching the name of the Unfettered Sword Alliance and directly provoking the martial god. In the end, he was safe and sound. This must be fake. Previously, the martial god had already fought with that young man. However, we do not understand this kind of move. Only a true swordsman would understand. That young man in the blue robe is not simple. However, in the Unfettered Sword Alliance, an old man said solemnly, a battle between swordsmen was different from an ordinary martial artist. Sometimes, they would only use one sword, and sometimes, they would not even use their sword. Only they knew who would win and who would lose. However, that young man is quite calm. Look, he is walking together with the martial god and can actually talk cheerfully. Just based on this point alone, we can't do it. Another old man spoke up. This caused many people in the Unfettered Sword Alliance to look forward. On the main road, Lin Ling and the Unfettered Sword Martial God were almost putting their arms around each other's shoulders. At this moment, many young swordsmen in the Unfettered Sword Alliance were jealous because it was a great honor to be able to walk together with the Unfettered Sword Martial God. Hee, didn't you leave with the heavenly voice of God? Why did you come to the ancient dragon wasteland? In front of the main road, the Unfettered Sword Martial God followed Lin Ling forward. The more they talked, the more he put down his arrogance. It was as if the young man in the blue robe beside him was not a junior but a peer. Most importantly, he realized that Lin Ling's calmness was not an act, but a pride that came from the depths of his bones. If he did not know him, he would have thought that Lin Ling was the leader of an overlord. I've been here for a long time, but I've been collecting golden fleece flower. Lin Ling curled his lips. However, I bought some treasures some time ago, so I'm finally free. Oh, you bought treasures? Not simple. I also went to buy treasures some time ago. However, all the treasures have been bought by that bastard Duan Wuhan, causing me to return empty-handed. If that guy has the chance, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Speaking of God's shop, the unfettered sword martial god immediately cursed. Hearing this, the corners of Lin Ling's eyes twitched. Duan Wuhan? It doesn't seem to have anything to do with him. Senior Unfettered Sword, may I know what treasures you are looking for? Star Sacred Stone. I've been using this sword for many years. The last time I clashed with a Yuan Venerate martial god, a crack was created. Therefore, I wanted to reforge it. Unfortunately, the Star Sacred Stone tablet was snatched away by that bastard Duan Wuhan. Chapter 3926. A Wedding Banquet. Here, take it. However, before the long sigh ended, Lin Ling had already thrown out a multicolored divine stone, making the unrestrained sword martial god subconsciously catch it. Then, when he took a look, his old eyes almost popped out. Because if it wasn't a star divine stone, then what was it? He remembered that there was only one such treasure in the god's store, and it was snatched away by that bastard Duan Wuhan. Don't ask me why, just take it. Seeing the surprised look on the unfettered sword martial god's face, Lin Ling chuckled and strode forward. This guy. The unrestrained sword martial god was stunned on the spot. Then he smiled bitterly. Speaking of which, he should be the elder. Why was it that in front of that brat he was more like a junior? Even the treasures were given to him as a reward. After entering the ancient city, Lin Ling discovered that the entire city was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. The sound of firecrackers was endless, and the streets were packed with people. I heard that the Immortal Temple's wedding banquet is about to begin. That's right, that's right. I wonder what kind of treasures will appear in this wedding ceremony. The treasures will definitely be extraordinary. After all, the betrothal gift will be the one to marry the holy maiden. Even if we can't obtain it, we can at least take a look at the treasures. Moreover, we can also take a look at the legendary holy maiden with a divine fetus. It's a feast for our eyes. Voices rang out all around, as if they were demonic voices that wanted to flip the sky. As the saying goes, there's no need to worry about things getting out of hand. Now, Lin Ling had a deep understanding of the situation. Next, he walked towards the center of the city, because he'd also found out that the so-called wedding ceremony would be held at the center of the city. Lin Ling, wait for me. The Mahasvara sword martial deity also caught up from behind. He had taken Lin Ling's treasure, so he naturally felt that he was in the wrong. Therefore, he also accompanied them. Of course, he was also curious about the saintess who had a divine fetus. After all, he also had a divine embryo. However, the saintess' divine embryo was different. It wasn't something she grew up with, but rather something left behind by a god. Soon after, everyone arrived at the center of the city. When they looked around, they saw that there were even more people here. The word happiness was hung everywhere. There was a huge empty space in the center, and there were many chairs on it. There were already many people sitting there, waiting for something. However, that place was not a place where ordinary people could approach. Only those with a directory could enter. Even if it was the unrestrained sword martial god, he couldn't get close to him without a name list, unless he dared to take the risk of provoking several alliances at the same time and openly provoke him. Of course, it wasn't difficult for him to obtain the name list with his strength. However, he couldn't bring himself to marry a young girl. Therefore, at present, those who could sit in the center were undoubtedly very young, and most of them were extremely handsome. They brought their followers and sat proudly on the seats. Thank you for the name list. I'll head over now. At this moment, Lin Ling said to the unrestrained sword martial god with a smile on his face. Then he strode forward. The unrestrained sword martial god smiled wryly. He knew that the reason why Lin Ling could give him a Star Divine Stone was because Lin Ling had the name list. However, how could a mere name list be compared to a Star Divine Stone? He shook his head and found a place to sit at the periphery. Those were the exclusive seats of the Unrestrained Sword Alliance. At this moment, over 10,000 people were seated. Master, that kid? As soon as he sat down, an old man beside the unrestrained sword martial god asked with a smile. Obviously, he was curious about what had happened before. He is not simple. The unfettered sword martial god became dignified again and said indifferently. Then, he closed his eyes and waited for the wedding to begin. His simple words immediately caused the hearts of the people of the Unrestrained Sword Alliance to rumble. This was because there were very few people who could be evaluated by the martial god in such a way. Young Master Wu Heng, look! Just as Lin Ling walked to the center, on one of the seats, an expert suddenly shouted in shock and pointed to the front. At present, there were fewer and fewer young people walking to the center, so Lin Ling was undoubtedly very conspicuous at this moment. Most importantly, he only brought one person. Compared to the other elites, he obviously had fewer attendants and guards. It's Lin Ling. Being pointed by the expert, on the seat, a young man with an extraordinary temperament narrowed his eyes. He was Duan Wuheng. Why is he here too? Duan Wuheng was extremely surprised. Because in his opinion, the ancient dragon wasteland was so chaotic some time ago. Lin Ling might have died there. But now Lin Ling had appeared again, and he had come to the wedding ceremony as well. This made him immediately feel uncomfortable. Young master, don't worry. This wedding is a competition. Those who enter here are all love rivals. Therefore, someone will stop him. The expert next to him suddenly said gloomily. His eyes were also turning non-stop. That's right. Hee, it seems that I'm too nervous. These words made Duan Wuheng stunned, and then he laughed proudly. He remembered that this was the wedding. It was a competition of talent, strength, identity, and the most important thing was the betrothal gift. Lin Ling, how could he compare to him? In fact, Lin Ling couldn't even compare to the others. His coming here was just a joke. Moreover, there was no need for him to lose his footing for an ant. Get lost. Sure enough, when Lin Ling just walked into the center, a cold voice immediately came. At the center of the crowd, many young men were looking at Lin Ling with ill intentions. They did not know Lin Ling. However, if Lin Ling entered this place, then he would be their love rival. It was normal that they did not know Lin Ling. Lin Ling was famous in the 36 colleges, but they were in the strongest circle of the Shenzhen Hall. Moreover, the people behind them were not weak. Compared to the Lin Ling of the past, they were people from two different worlds. Then, a young man appeared in front of Lin Ling, with 3 guards behind him. Trash, get lost. Do you think a toad like you can eat swan meat? The young man had his hands behind his back, and his domineering aura was unparalleled. Moreover, he felt countless eyes on him, and he proudly puffed out his chest. He did not know if the saint was paying attention to this place, but he could not miss any opportunity. If there was, then the saint would be able to see his glory. Get lost. Lin Ling frowned and looked at the other party. He did not understand why the other party wanted to drive him away. Do you know where this place is? Don't you want to look at yourself in the mirror? Do you know who the saint is? Do you think you are good enough for her? The young man said again. His voice carried the dignity of a superior as he reprimanded Lin Ling. I'm from the 7th Alliance. I'm the crown prince of the great Jin dynasty. My name is Emperor Feng Hua. I don't have time to know your name. I just want you to know that you should know your place. Don't think that you're on the same level as us. This wedding ceremony is not for those who have great talent, great strength, great status, and great betrothal gifts. People like you are insulting the saint and the wedding ceremony. Chapter 39:27. Tinhao. Emperor Fenghua still had his hands behind his back as he looked at Lin Ling arrogantly. He knew that his words should have let this piece of trash know where this place was. Telling this trash to scram was already giving him enough face. Many of the elites present sneered when they saw His Majesty Feng Hua chasing him away. Because even if His Majesty Feng Hua didn't step on that person, They would. Love rivals were one of the reasons. Another reason was that most of them were from the same alliance. They were either from the Sky Alliance or the Seventh Emperor Alliance. However, they had never seen the blue-robed young man before. I have a name list. Are you chasing me away? However, Lin Ling didn't seem to notice the crowd's mockery and spoke indifferently. Huh. Emperor Fenghua laughed and looked at Lin Ling from head to toe. He was mocking Lin Ling for being so thick-skinned. The name list is only one of the reasons. It doesn't mean that one has the right to compete for the position of saintess. Only the true Tianhao has the right. Emperor Fenghua said with disdain, Tianhao, I don't think you understand either. Let me explain it to you. He is a god's favored son who is above all the outstanding geniuses. Do you understand? So, you're a Tianhao. Lin Ling's expression remained calm. Hearing this, Emperor Fenghua shook his head. He could not be bothered to say anything more. Everyone present knew whether he was a Tianhao or not. Since he was able to appear here, he had already received the recognition of others. If he wasn't a Tianhao, then what was he? However, just as he was shaking his head, Lin Ling suddenly took a step forward and threw a light punch. The speed of this punch was very slow, immediately causing Fenghua Emperor's guards to shout angrily. They wanted to attack, but Fenghua Emperor stopped them. You're courting death. His Majesty Fenghua also threw out a palm strike. He was an outstanding half-step martial god. He was not afraid of Lin Ling at all. Boom. The two attacks collided, but in the next moment, a huge force came, causing Emperor Fenghua to fly backwards. Crackle. Some of the chairs in the distance were also sent flying by him. Duan Wu Hen frowned because he knew that Emperor Fenghua wasn't weak. He was one of the top 300 cultivators on the Celestial Stairway. Lin Ling is definitely going all out. Duan Wu Hen said indifferently. It was not easy for him to send Emperor Fenghua flying. He had to use his full strength. Therefore, he guessed that Lin Ling must have used his full strength. But this still made him feel very uncomfortable because the gap between him and Lin Ling still hadn't closed. Cuff cuff. At this moment, Emperor Fenghua crawled to his feet, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He glared at Lin Ling furiously. This is the so-called Tianhao? Lin Ling clasped his hands behind his back and looked at him calmly. His words also made Emperor Fenghua grit his teeth. Veins popped out on his forehead, and he couldn't say a word. You keep calling me trash and looking down on me, but what about you now? You can't even take a punch from me. Don't you feel ashamed? Don't you think you're cheap? In my opinion, other than your powerful mouth, you're useless in all other aspects. Lin Ling said again. His tone was still calm, but it was as sharp as a sword. You! Emperor Fenghua wanted to stand up, but he couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Lin Ling's punch just now seemed simple. In fact, he had activated his physical strength. It had the strength of 30,000 worlds. Shut up. The more you talk, the more you'll be like a mad dog. Lin Ling looked at him with disdain. He walked forward and said indifferently, in fact, I don't know what a Tianhao is. But please, let someone decent come. For someone like Emperor Fenghua, it's a disgrace. Moreover, Lin Ling glanced at the Tianhao before continuing, moreover, it's a disgrace to my status. A disgrace to his status? Hearing this, many people's hearts skipped a beat. There was anger in their eyes. Especially Emperor Fenghua. At this moment he was full of shame. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so powerful. Previously, he said that those who came here were all people with great talent, great strength, great background, and great betrothal gifts. But where did he get such great strength from? He couldn't even take a hit from someone else. This made his previous words feel like a slap to his own face. And it was a resounding slap to his face. Stop! However, at this moment, Emperor Fenghua's guard attacked Lin Ling. Emperor Fenghua's dignity was not to be humiliated. Bang! But at this moment, the platinum evil spirit appeared behind Lin Ling. He slowly lifted his cloak, revealing a creepy smile. Oh no! As soon as the smile appeared, an aura from the underworld filled the air. The guard's expression changed and he immediately retreated. Obviously, he was also shocked. However, The platinum evil spirit quickly put his hat back on and followed Lin Ling again. Looking at Lin Ling again, he had already found a seat and sat down. He picked up the wine on the table and drank. The whole process was casual, ignoring the strange looks from the crowd. This also made Emperor Feng Hua's guard blush. He wanted to stand up for Emperor Feng Hua, but he was frightened by someone else's guard. Obviously, he was also embarrassed. Who is this person? Many people narrowed their eyes and looked at Lin Ling vaguely. They were very curious about Lin Ling. After the short confrontation, many people recognized Lin Ling's qualifications. However, even more people were curious about Lin Ling's background. Unfortunately, other than the people from the Duan family and the new heavenly court, most people didn't know about Lin Ling's background. What an arrogant junior! Among the Tianhao people, a soft voice drifted out, mixed with disdain. Hee, let him be proud for a while. A clown like him won't be able to shine. Oomph. Shameless person. Oomph. Soon, the Tianhao people didn't care about Lin Ling anymore. In their opinion, Lin Ling didn't have the qualifications to enter the eyes of the immortal temple's saintess. As for Emperor Feng Hua, he immediately snorted, climbed up, and sat back down in shame. However, he also spoke a few words to the chair next to him. There was a young man with jade-like skin sitting there. His eyes were slightly closed as he quietly drank wine as if he didn't care about the matters of the world. He wore a purple dragon robe. This was the purple dragon true robe. Ordinary people were not qualified to wear it, only those with the royal aura of emperors were qualified to wear it. This meant that this person was the emperor of all the emperors. And he was also the leader of the 7th Imperial Alliance. He was called the 7th Prince. As for Emperor Feng Hua, he was also a member of the 7th Imperial Alliance. Hearing Emperor Feng Hua's voice, the 7th Prince slowly opened his eyes and looked at Lin Ling. His eyes were very calm, but those who met his eyes felt great waves in their hearts. It was as if they were looking at an imperial edict. However, the 7th Prince quickly retracted his gaze and looked at another Tianhao. He smiled faintly and said, Dun Wuhan, everything about this wedding is good except for the seats. Chapter 39:28. Immortal Temple's great elder had arrived. The seat is too hard, not as good as the dragon throne. Just like the temperament of some people, the bones are too hard, making one feel uncomfortable. The 7th Prince swirled the wineglass in his hand and smiled faintly. Everyone was stunned. Some people's temperaments? His bones were too hard? Many people immediately looked at Lin Ling quietly. The 7th Prince seemed to be talking about Lin Ling. Moreover, he used Lin Ling as a seat and sat under his buttocks. However, this seat was a little hard. Haha, that's exactly what I was thinking. Duan Wuhan instantly understood what the 7th Prince meant and couldn't help but laugh. Everyone gradually covered their mouths and laughed. They looked at Lin Ling mockingly. This 7th Prince really kills without spilling blood. With just one sentence, he trampled Lin Ling down. Hearing the laughter, the members of the Unrestrained Sword Alliance frowned. To be able to become an emperor, one must have both strategy and martial strength. The 7th Prince was one of them. Interesting. As for Duan Wuhan, he was extremely excited at the moment. Being able to use the 7th Prince's mouth to humiliate Lin Ling had undoubtedly allowed him to vent his anger. An outsider like Lin Ling had never competed with them before, and no one knew him, so he had become a thorn in their side. However, just when he thought that Lin Ling was going to swallow his anger, a heroic laughter suddenly floated out. Everything about this wedding banquet is good, but the carpet is too thick. As soon as he spoke, the entire place fell silent. This was because they realized that the one who spoke was Lin Ling. Also, Lin Ling said that the carpet was too thick? One had to know that the carpet here was made from the bark of a wild tree. Although it was a little thick, it was still extremely luxurious and expensive. For a moment, many people were puzzled. They didn't know what Lin Ling meant. The carpet here is as shameless as someone's face. But soon, Lin Ling's voice floated out again. Ha! The 7th Prince was originally drinking, but he suddenly stopped and anger quietly flashed in the depths of his eyes. That was because he understood what Lin Ling meant. He was mocking him. The carpet is too thick and then someone's skin is too thick? Could he be talking about? No, could it be that he's talking about the seventh prince? The others reacted slower than the seventh prince, but at this moment, they all reacted. Previously, when the seventh prince said that the seat was too hard, he was actually mocking Lin Ling for being too arrogant. He was sitting on his butt, yet he was still so hard. However, Lin Ling returned the favor. He mocked the seventh prince as a carpet under his feet and even said that the latter was thick-skinned. Moreover, it was a seat for sitting. However, one was a carpet for stepping on. Without a doubt, Lin Ling's description was even more accurate. It was as if he was saying that the seventh prince was being trampled under his feet. How could he still be so thick-skinned? Interesting. Suddenly, an old monster laughed out loud, admiring Lin Ling's wisdom. He was still able to counterattack calmly under such circumstances. It was impossible for him to do so without witnessing a huge scene. The old monsters on the outer ring initially thought that Lin Ling was just a passerby, but their opinion toward Lin Ling had changed. Ha! The unrestrained sword martial god could not help but burst out laughing. Not only was the kid's bones tough, his sword sharp, even his mouth was on par with his. It was obvious that it was inappropriate to resort to violence in a place like the bridal welcoming ceremony. Therefore, the Heaven's elites were using other methods to suppress their opponents. However, Lin Ling's counterattack was brilliant. The laughter grew louder, causing the seventh prince's face to darken. However, he was the leader after all, thus he only smiled without showing any sign of anger. A toad will always be a toad, forever looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. No matter how loud you are, you're still a toad if you can't gain the acknowledgement of the host. Saying this, he continued to drink. Of course, the people did not comment on his words. They just thought that the seventh prince was trying to show off because he did not want to lose face. This Lin Ling is so stupid to have offended the seventh prince. You should know that the seventh prince is a trial tester, and I heard that he is a 3-star trial tester. Duan Wuhan suddenly sneered. He knew that Lin Ling had thoroughly offended the seventh prince. The seventh prince was noble, powerful, and talented. Even Duan Wuhan, the first bloodline of the Duan family, did not dare to underestimate him. Lin Ling was simply courting death by clashing with him. Taking a step back, although Duan Wuhan represented the Heaven Alliance, he was only one of the leaders. He was not even the leader. On the other hand, the seventh prince was the real leader of the Seventh Imperial Alliance. Thank you for your kindness. The Immortal Temple is overwhelmed by your favor. At this moment, a loud sound of a bronze bell rang. Buddhist chants drifted in the air, causing everyone to calm down. The Immortal Temple was here. Although the Immortal Temple was a Buddhist sect, it was also an evil Buddhist sect. Therefore, their style of doing things was different from that of the Buddhist sect. Of course, the most important thing was that the saintess of the Immortal Temple had the divine fetus body. This was the reason why people came. Under countless gazes, a large number of experts slowly walked out. Not only were there people from the Immortal Temple, but there were also people from the Great Devil sect. Ironically, the Immortal Demon Alliance was formed by the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. To be called the 9 prefectures' 10 evils, their reputation must be extremely bad. However, for the divine fetus body, all the heroes regarded the 9 prefectures' 10 evils as the 9 prefectures' big forces. Therefore, everything was for the sake of benefits. Great Elder, Great Devil Elder, it's an honor to meet you. At this moment, everyone stood up and bowed slightly. On the surface, they were obviously doing a very good job of being polite. Greetings, greetings. That Immortal Temple's Great Elder revealed a faint smile. His appearance was benevolent, as if he was an old monk of virtue and prestige. The impression he gave others was quite good. Young Master Wu Hen, 7th Prince, Dugu Yijian, Crown Prince Tian Qiong. Then, the Great Elder looked at the Tianhao and continued to call out names one by one. Those whose names were called out also revealed smiles on their faces, as if their qualifications to marry the saintess had greatly increased. Because, to be able to be remembered by the Great Elder, this was not a small honor. Thanks to your arrival, the immortal temple is honored. There were not many people who were called out by the great elder, only a dozen or so people. However, these people were extremely famous. Not long ago, in the battle of the ancient dragon wasteland, they had made a name for themselves. It could even be said that they had become famous in one battle. Great Elder is too polite. In the future, we will be a family. You are also my elder, so I should be the first to greet you. At this time, the seventh prince also stood up and smiled. He was magnanimous, neither arrogant nor servile, as expected of the emperor of emperors. However, his words were extremely cunning. He actually treated the great elder as one of his own. It was as if he had already married the saintess of the immortal temple. Of course, people's eyes quietly flashed. From the current situation, the great elder called out the seventh prince's name first. He indeed had the greatest chance. This also made many Tianhao's eyes flash, and their hearts filled with jealousy.